Se não for uma fosse uma ele nesse tempo.
Distinguished delegates, good morning. Good morning. Okay, I think we should start on time so that we can finish on time as well. Thank you so very much joining us. And we are going to discuss the impactful practices. I know we have so many champions in the room. So it's my honor to invite the champions of impactful practices. I start with Mr. Manus. He's very familiar and popular. He's the Director, Global Education Monitoring, Jem from UNESCO. Please, Manus, come on. Yeah. Please have a big round of applause for Manus. Okay, then we are inviting all the panelists. Okay, then, okay, sure. Thank you. Then it's my honor to invite Mr. Stephen Osou, is the Deputy Director General, Ministry of Education, Service, Ministry of Education, Ghana. And it's my honor to invite Madam Shanette Steenkamp. She is the Executive Director of Ministry of Education, Arts and Culture. Welcome, ma'am. And we have Madam Replang from Ministry of Education, Botswana. Unfortunately, she couldn't join us, but she's joining online, and she's there as well. Then it's my honor to invite Madam Hafsatu Hamja, my apology. She's the Country Director, Teaching at Right Level, Africa. Welcome, ma'am. Then we have our very own Professor Braham, and he's the champion of foundational learning in the continent and with SADC. Welcome, sir. Next slide, please. So, we are discussing foundational learning, the learning crisis, the learning poverty for last 2 days. Next slide, please. And we are in the eye of the storm of learning poverty or learning crisis. Why I'm saying this? We have 3 different regions. We have very high incident of learning poverty in the region. I don't need to remind the number. But at the same time, we have very slow pace of progress. That means with the present pace, some countries will take nearly 30 years to ensure at least 70% of their children acquire basic foundational literacy and numeracy skills. And the third, let's say, aspect coming into it more complex is the variation. You can see large variation between the country. Even within the country, you can see the variation in provinces, schools. You can see the wealth quintile differences. Then the rural ones, mother education, and so many other factors are also contributing. That means we can see the large variations. At the same time, we need to know, next slide, please. What are the key factors that is really affecting poor learning outcome or the learning crisis, and why we are in this situation? We already discussed about the teacher availability. We know we have huge teacher gaps. Sometimes, if at the primary level, it's 7 million. Manus other day mentioned about the 15 million, maybe for the primary and the secondary together. And we have low time on task, and even the TLM in our region, we can see the continent, some countries have 1:15. That means just one textbook for the 15 children. Then we have poor access to early childhood education. Just 1/3 of the children are accessing pre-primary education. Then we have also uninteresting instructions. You have obsolete curriculums. We have low quality and irregular of learning assessment. Already we discussed during our previous sessions. And most importantly, the financing in education, it is really inadequate, inequitably spent. And only 1 out of 5 countries really matching the benchmark, that is the 20% of the allocation to education of the total expenditure. So at the same time, when we have challenges, we have opportunities too. Next slide, please. Particularly when I'm talking about the opportunity, we have a global education evidence panel. They scanned nearly 13,000 different practices globally, and they found 2 of the approaches are smart buys, and fortunately, those 2 smart buys are from our continent. One is structured pedagogy, and second is the right teaching at right level. So that means when we have challenges, we have opportunities too in form of our localized solutions. And at the same time, when we analyze the data historically, we found that in Africa, the annual change is fastest globally. So this is also giving up some ray of hopes that we can achieve our goal, that is we can reverse the learning crisis in our continent. Then with partners also, we reached almost 50,000 schools, particularly implementing targeted instruction, structured pedagogies. So these are the key things we can see. These are the in form of opportunity, and we can see the right-hand side, what are the results coming out from this. Can you go to the next slide, please? Then you can see in a snapshot what are the countries are doing which practices. So I'm not going details into this, and we are going to hear more about the countries and about the practices. Next slide, please. And more importantly, we are going to discuss about the what is key lessons we are learning from these impactful practices. Next slide, please. Okay, then when I summarize all these, let's say, practices, what is coming out, number one, evidences show that foundational literacy and numeracy can quickly improve through structured pedagogy and teaching at right level. We have enough evidences now. The second lesson is around teachers are critical to the achievement of foundational learning. They need to be supported, and also we need to provide all the resources they needed to do magic in the classroom. And the third is very, very critical, that is accountability is key. And it improves when education leaders well informed through data-driven decision makings, planning, reviewing, and reporting. Then the fourth lesson is around sustainability is critical, and to for the present success as well as the longer term impact, it comes from the robust evidences, political commitment, continuity, and persistent uptake. This is very, very key. And in our panel, we are going to unpack how these key lessons are coming out and how they are achieving these, and what are the best practices coming out from the countries. With this, I am inviting Manus to share the 7 factors of the spotlight. Over to you, Manus. Thank you. Please, yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rudra. I have a presentation. I think it's going to be shown now. I will just start by also the title of the presentation, which also puts a question mark. Of course, we have a tendency to learn from the good examples, but it's also important sometimes to learn from the not so good examples, because there is plenty, and I think many are essentially listed in the 4 factors that you had there, Rudra. A very quick introduction, because by now, I think some of you have seen the presentation I did on the first day. I wonder whether it's the online speaker who may have her microphone on. So the Spotlight series is a partnership between the GEM report, ADEA, and the African Union. And it is a report that focuses, a series of reports that focus on primary education and foundational learning in particular. The idea has been to elevate the issue of foundational learning at the top of the political agenda in Africa, but to do that bottom up, working with countries, reviewing policy issues, and encouraging them to come forth and share their experiences, their achievements, and their challenges, and use that opportunity to mobilize policy dialogue in the continent in forums, of course, like this, which has been so successful. The approach is to have 3 rounds, 3 cycles of reports initially, and then we can see how we move on, and focus on 1 country per African Union region in depth, come up with a country report, but also to have complementary case studies from other countries, so that we have at least a dozen countries covered in one way or another in its report cycle. And we have had already published 2 continental reports that use these and other inputs. The first report was the Born to Learn report, published in October 2022 at the ADEA Triennale. And the second was called Numeracy Counts, so learning counts, excuse me, and was launched in May at the Association of African Federation of Teacher Regulatory Authorities in Zambia. So here you see the countries that we have covered in each of the first 2 rounds. Those countries in the map are the countries that were focus countries. And as you see, there has been an attempt to make them regionally representative. And then outside, you see also case studies of countries that we have covered on specific topics. I also have Namibia there to be confirmed for the third round. It's a process we are in the middle of. So let's go to the next slide, please. This is the analytical focus. I'm going to refer to some examples from the focus countries and the case study countries, but a reminder of how we have approached the issue of making progress on foundational learning, assuming away, of course, all the issues, the very important issues that are outside education, and they are really formidable challenges for any country. So focusing on education systems in particular, the first priority is for countries to have a vision that they really want to improve foundational learning, and this has often been a little bit superficial. It is very important for countries to have specific ideas about what they try to achieve and to communicate this vision at all levels, so everyone moves in that same direction. Then there's a very broad swathe of factors on teaching and learning that we covered primarily in the second round, as I will explain. That covers the curriculum, the syllabi, the textbooks, the teaching and teaching guides, and the assessment mechanisms, but also issues of language of instruction. The third factor is the preparation of teachers, especially the emphasis of initial preparation programs to focus on early grade teaching and learning. Then the fourth and fifth are instructional leadership aspects at the school level and at the system level. Then sixth is the role of communities, and seventh is the role of the assessment system. So let's start with an example or a couple of examples from the first round. There's a video on this next slide. I don't know if we can play it. It's related to the example of Mozambique and the bilingual education program that I think some of you may have seen on the first day. It was also presented by the government of Mozambique. I don't know if we can show it briefly. The example is trying to show the emphasis that the country has put on bilingual education over the last few years. Of course, it's only available in some parts of the country, not everywhere, and has not yet been globalized, but universalized. But it's a good attempt. If there is a problem to play it, I think you can click on the actual slide, and it should be playing. If not, then let me move to the second example, which was a less positive case, or at least one that should put us into thinking. It's a case of Malawi and textbook reform. There is often a lot of, please stay on the previous slide. It's a case of two reforms that were initiated by donors at different points in time. Please go back 2 slides, where different paradigms were used to introduce the reform. They had differences in scope, in pedagogy, and in their integration with the national education strategy. One was a primary curriculum and assessment reform, and its paradigm was a student-centered teaching and learning approach. Textbooks were relatively short, and they provided relatively little information. It focused on some grades and not in others. Then there was the National Reading Program, supported by another donor. It focused on a structured pedagogy approach with standardized teaching processes, and of course, scripted teacher interactions. The challenge that our case study on Malawi tried to bring, and I think it's important to remember, because a lot of these reforms are initiated through donor interventions, is that often these are quite fragmented and isolated, and they don't approach the reform in a holistic way. And I think it's an important message that we often forget. There are many good examples, but if they're not implemented across the board and in a coordinated way across all subjects, all grades, and in a timed fashion, then the results are not always very effective. So an important lesson to keep in mind. So if we cannot show the video, then let's move to the next slides. The second spotlight cycle focused on the 4 top factors of our analytical framework, with an emphasis on the concept of alignment. And alignment was interpreted in 3 ways. First, alignment between, or so within the education system, within the core policy documents, the curriculum, the syllabus, the textbook, the teacher guides, and the assessment, and that was for primary mathematics in grade 3 and 6. Let's move to the next slide. One example that we focused particularly was the South African pilot program, Teaching Mathematics for Understanding, which has aimed to be student-centered. The big lesson from that is the emphasis that the system gave to the alignment between these four core policy documents. And in addition, and that's very important, an emphasis on learning concepts, mathematics concepts, especially through material inputs that the so-called manipulatives that children can use to understand concepts more practically and not through books. This has proven to be effective, but I'm sure Bram can say more about that. Has been implemented in 3 provinces. It's country-led, and that's also particularly important. It has not been supported externally. There are also some interesting externally supported interventions, but this has been a government-developed process. But for a long time now, it's more 5 or 6 years, it has remained a pilot program. So what we tried to do was to emphasize the need then to move from a pilot to a nationwide program, because there has been an experience. There are materials. These can be developed. A second example was a remedial education program, which I think Rudra referred to. The program is supported by the government of Japan, and it is within their own approach that Japan has historically supported mathematics and science programs around Africa, originally secondary education, more recently in primary education. And the particular approach in Madagascar emphasized not just the pedagogical approach, but also the design approach. How can communities be encouraged to focus, to identify that there is a need for improving foundational learning outcomes, and engage in the community to understand and decide and realize for itself that this was an important area to focus on. Japan is very characteristic, and I think it's also important to emphasize, because Rudra referred to the concept of sustainability. The Japanese programs are, of course, not that widely advertised, but I think an element that we have identified, which merits attention, is the attempt to embed everything in national processes as early as possible, and to lower the cost. And the way the cost has been lowered in Japan, in the Japanese case of the support to this essentially teaching at the right level program, has been to engage also local people in the delivery of this remedial education program that focuses on basic number and calculation operations for grades 2 to 4. Because it has proven to be scalable, it has now been expanded to 11 regions, but I'm sure Rudra and colleagues from UNICEF can say more about that. Another example that is worth paying attention to is the emphasis that the Zambian government has put to assessment in early grades. Zambia has been particularly proactive in its examination council. That's another interesting aspect. A lot of countries in Anglophone countries have an examination council, and these examination councils tend to focus primarily on examinations, which do not necessarily provide a good guide for understanding how learning improves, because exams, as you know, from year to year, because of the way they are designed, cannot provide that information. But the Zambian Examination Council has been more involved in system-wide assessments. And I think it's interesting to see how it is one of the few countries that have institutionalized, to a large extent, not fully, the early grade reading assessments, but also has engaged with international partners to have tools that can also link their assessment to the global standards. So Zambia is one of the countries that participated in the UNESCO Institute for Statistics assessment for monitoring the minimum proficiency level that can report on indicator 411. Finally, an example from Mauritius, of course, a wealthier country, as Bram would identify, that has had a very long-term and quite intensive and quite purposeful program of diagnostic assessment. It's primarily in the context of inclusive education, so identifying early enough challenges that some children may have so that they can receive targeted support. So it has 3 formative assessments. The first is called the Developmental Learning Profile. It is administered at the pre-primary level already, and a pack of information is delivered from the preschool teacher to the grade 1 teacher in the primary school. Then at the middle of grade 1, there's a second assessment, the primary school readiness assessment, which focuses on actually both the first and the second assessment focus on a broader range of outcomes, not just literacy and numeracy. And teachers are supported by a manual to know how to use it. And then there's a diagnostic assessment at the end of grade 2, which is marked by the class teacher, and that focuses primarily on cognitive learning outcomes. The data are not made public, but they're intended to help teachers plan and take the right decisions. So there is an early support program that's based on the information that these 3 assessments provide, lead to hiring and training support teachers for foundational learning. Now, the government in Mauritius still identifies that there are challenges, still that there are many areas for improvement. They would like to move from all this information being manual to being more digitalized, to have more validation of the information. They want to actually expand beyond literacy and numeracy, which is interesting in the debate that we have, because often we focus just on these 2 aspects. And critically, they recognize that teachers need more capacity to be able to use this information to design remedial actions. So not just to delegate that to support teachers, but to also be aware themselves of that. So these are just some examples, positive and perhaps in some cases less so, for your attention. Just to a final slide, for all of you who might be interested, next please, to take part in the spotlight, to contribute to the spotlight. The next round, which has just begun, focuses on instructional leadership. That means what countries are doing to support the school leaders and leaders at the district education offices to prioritize and champion foundational learning. Especially the system leadership support is very, very critical. We know how complicated it is, especially with limited resources. So we want to identify good practices, so don't hesitate to get in touch. We also have already the leadership theme of the 2024-25 Global Education Monitoring Report and profiles on our peer website of how every country in the world approaches school leadership through their laws and policies. So you're also welcome to review your profile. We have tried to review as many countries as possible. Half of the countries have provided feedback, but feel free to contribute to that. And with that, I would like to close and thank you very much for your invitation.
Thank you so very much, Manus, particularly your reiteration on the learning from your not so good practices. That means we learn faster from the mistakes. So thank you so very much for pointing out that. And also on your 7 factors to remove the barriers for the learning outcomes and universal completion of primary education. Thank you so very much on this. And if we have time, then we'll take some questions toward the end. Thank you. Now we are moving to our panel discussion. And we have 6 minutes. It's for the response. Then if we have time, then we'll go for very quick reaction on the second round. So I'm moving to Ghana now. So Ghana, particularly, they are championing the differentiated learning. So not just championing, but the way they are really coming with of the data, particularly data-driven decision-making, and making the data fit for use for the different levels of governance. So this is really inspiring story from Ghana. So we want to hear more from Ghana, how you are managing this. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be here. Yes, as it was introduced, we haven't gotten to where we want to get to in terms of the learning outcomes and expectations, but the records are there to show that we've come far, but there is a sense of urgency if you want to build a foundation in order to put a superstructure there. Coming from as low as 2% in 2015 to, as we speak today, to the level of over 60% in terms of literacy and numeracy in Ghana, it means that we have a success story to share. It started when we wanted to account for our learning outcomes. And then with support from the World Bank and the ministry in collaboration with all the other agencies, decided to introduce a project called Gallup. And some of you might be aware of Gallup. Gallup is Ghana Accountability for Learning Outcome Project. And when you introduce Gallup, you realize that our learners were not at the same level. They were operating from different learning abilities. And therefore, we needed to introduce, as part of Gallup, what we call differentiated learning. With differentiated learning, the strategy is that we have targeted instructions, and then we have universal design for learning. And then you also have a way of assessing them to put them at their various levels. Then we practiced for some time and we realized that there was a need for us to include additional schools. And with support from UNICEF, we introduced what we call DL Plus. The DL Plus is an enhancement over the DL. The enhancement comes in the form of building the capacity of teachers, having technical working group in order to have coordinated and all the teams coming together. We also designed a dashboard. We introduced a motivational aspect called the teacher awards. Then we also had a strategy to manage class sizes. There was a framework for monitoring and evaluation, strong family and community engagement in order for them to own it. And then we have communities of practice. These were all together coming to help us. With the technical working group, it is between ministries. We are talking about content here. In Ghana, we have an agency that is in charge of the development of curriculum, and that is NACA. We have an agency that is in charge of ensuring that teachers' professionalism and development is so high. We also have Ghana Library Authority that is also supporting us with materials. And then you come to my end, Ghana Education Service, for actual implementation. So we have, at the national level, we have these people coming together. I'm talking about the agencies' heads coming together to form a technical working group. Then the sub-national level, we have the regional, we have the district, and at the school level. And we have built all their capacities so that they will understand the roles that they are supposed to play. And with the dashboard in place, we start from the school. And the strategy is that we have what we call baseline assessment. When you do that, then you put the students or the learning in classes so that you have pedagogy or strategy for teaching and learning to handle each of them. So at the beginning of every term, we assess them and place them at their various levels. And then as we go into the teaching and learning for about half of the term, we do mid-term assessment. And then when we have progress, we move them from level 1 to level 2, and then from level 2 to level 3. Where we see that we have challenges, there have been training for support. At the district level, we have the district training officers that have been supported in terms of capacity building to zero into the schools as they monitor from the dashboard to see the challenges. So when they go to the schools, they provide the support to the teachers. In each school, we have what we call a focal person. And this focal person is more or less like a curriculum lead, somebody that is experienced and can support the other teachers. So we start from the school level where we have built the competencies and then the capacity of the school leads and the curriculum leads, and then at the district level, the CISOs, the district directors. So all of us are working as a team to ensuring that we get it and we do it the right way. Capacity of the parents have also been built because it starts from homes. And you need parents to know what they are supposed to do to support the children when they're at home. You also need them to own it. When they own the process, we can talk about sustainability. We can talk about the scaling up. So in Ghana, we are doing so much, and these are the areas we are doing. The dashboard is helping us so much because you have to have a data-driven decision. And it comes from the top there for us to make policies based on what is happening. Now, I can tell you that we are making policies, we are now trying to expand because you've seen the good works and you've seen the success stories. So if the minister is in the office, can just drive into a school to find out what the school is doing and to see the success stories, then all of us can come together to ensure that we expand it to cover more schools. The challenge is that we introduced 10,507 schools, and then the differentiated learning plus also is in 501 schools. But the plan is to expand, and they expand to cover every school and every learner. And it's because we have seen the success story. So if you're emphasizing that, you have to emphasize on data, you have to emphasize the dashboard, things that can report and you can sit in your office to make decisions. We must also emphasize teacher capacity building. If teachers are the ones that are going to drive it, let us support them. We provide materials for them. We support them with strategies how to even handle classes, no matter how sizable, small, or big they are. Teachers have strategy to do that. We are also motivating them because the challenge we observed or had was that teachers saw that one to be an additional responsibility. But when we engage them and we just supported them to appreciate the need, if your children are reading, if they're able to do arithmetic, then you as a teacher, you're happy because you are in the classroom to make impact. So when teachers appreciated this, they started to own it. And we added another step or pillar that is to give them awards. So in collaboration with National Teaching Council, the regulators of our teaching profession and capacity building, this very year on 5th of October, I'm talking about the International Teachers Day, the best differentiated learning teacher was awarded, and the package was so good. So we are talking about community engagement that is also so strong. We are talking about adding more schools. And hopefully next year, with the support of World Bank through Gallup and then UNICEF, we are going to tackle and handle or include every school and every learner. Let us work together because there is that sense of urgency that when you have interventions and we get it right, with all coordinated efforts, with all people collaborating so well, involving the communities and letting parents know their roles, letting all of us know our roles. Leadership is key. We can get to where we want to get to. So grateful.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Go for a big round of applause for Ghana. And I must acknowledge, particularly the starting point you mentioned about the accountability for learning outcomes. I think that is the right mindset to start with. If we start from there, I think other things will follow. As you rightly mentioned about the targeted instruction, your ways of assessment, coordinated effort between the central government, provincial government, regional government, and the school level, teacher motivation, strong community engagement, and moreover, the parental capacity development, and there also take on schools, your community community of practice, provisioning of material, and lastly, data-driven decision making. That is, you are making data best fit for use at the different level of educational governance. Champion work. Thank you so very much. And if we have time, then we'll come back to you for more questions from audience. Now we are moving to Namibia, Madam Executive Director. And now we know that Namibia is really inspiring and compelling story, how you take holistic decisions and actions to reverse the learning crisis and boosting the learning outcomes in Namibia. So can you please share how you are managing to take, let's say, important decisions at the government to connect the dots together stronger, particularly on the approaches, assessments, and Jollyphonic part, and also provisioning of the textbook. So please, and also more importantly, the inclusiveness of your approach. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I wish to really thank my colleague from Ghana. I do agree, and we are very passionate about that in Namibia, that commitment to strategic direction and accountability. These two issues are key. If we do not have the buy-in of the executive, the highest structure, the political will, then things will not move forward. In Namibia, we are very, very fortunate that we have our national education conference that we had in 2022. We have 10 levers of change that we identified. And foundational learning is slot in as a priority under equitable quality education for every child. And these 10 levers of change, we have compiled it with the support from our development partners, especially UNICEF. We've compiled it into a national education charter. And it's approved, it's costed. Cabinet has approved it for the next 7 years, and we have huge buy-in from our politicians. We report and we are held accountable, not just by cabinet, but also by the people on the ground whom we give report and feedback to on a regular level. We've just launched it. We are working with key ministry. You see, you can't do this alone. It's not a ministerial issue. It's a national government-owned matter. And Namibia drives this in our country. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we must understand that foundational learning is truly part of a wider reform and development within our education system. There are social policies, child protection policies that we need to have in place. We need to invest at the right level, and that is at early childhood development. We need to get that right in all, at all levels. And Namibia, we've made a conscious decision. We have separate budget for pre-primary, but over the years, it hasn't been sufficient. It was only 2.9% of our education budget that were allocated to pre-primary. We're now at a level of 4.4%, and we are spearheading in the next 2 financial years to get it to 10%, only pre-primary. For primary already, Namibia spends 56% of its budget. And we would still like to do more. And that is why it's important that we realize that all these efforts and the commitment, in terms of finances and domestic resources to our program, government-led programs, we cannot do it alone. We work with our development partners. We work with UNICEF. We work with UNESCO. We work with those who are prepared to sit with us and not just provide us with funding, but also with technical expertise. We've got so much to offer. So in terms of the interventions, we have for the past 5 years worked with Jolly Phonics. Again, it was sponsored, but then when we saw the potential after piloting, we rolled it out across the country. And for the past 5 years, we've now have trained teachers in grade 1 and in grade 2, in grade 3. And then also what we've done now at a level of monitoring and evaluation is working with our heads of departments, and all of them at the junior primary phase have been trained in the structured literacy program in Namibia. We need now to make an assessment. Is that what we've done and invested from both donor funding and government funding? Is it working? What still needs to be done? And so again, in 2025, we will have an impact assessment to see if there are still any gaps and what still needs to be done. Then, just last week, I had an in-depth discussion with teaching at the right level, which we have also rolled out in 5 of our 14 regions. And we've seen the data have shown us in 2024, we have children that improved where this TAL program, teaching at the right level, where we have implemented it, children approved, Madam, already between 50 and 60%. So now we are looking both for Jolly Phonics as well as for TAL, how best can we, Jolly Phonics already is integrated, how can we integrate TAL into a full government-led system approach? Second thing we wish to see with both Jolly Phonics, the literacy program, as well as TAL, is how do we get them into the institutions of teacher training in a pre-service so that we can sustain it, not just with in-service training. So discussions are already at a great level in terms of the integration for that. I also wish to state that much as we talk about the social aspects, we know that there are many things and many factors that impact foundational learning. And I'm really happy to announce that our Ministry of Education, Arts and Culture in Namibia just last week signed up with a global safe to learn call for action to commit to making schools a safe place and a very great protective learning environment. So our ministry, our government is working hand in hand with our development partners, as well as with line ministries. One thing that we must not forget is that we need each other within government. And therefore you need to have the buy-in, the understanding, the commitment, and the dedicated effort and expertise also from line ministries such as Ministry of Gender in my country, the Ministry of Health, especially to help with stunting, especially on ECD. And that is the holistic approach that we are taking to integrate ECD, formally into the Ministry of Education, Arts and Culture. So last thing I wanted just to say, one way of connecting the dots is we shouldn't forget when we talk about inclusive education that we need to make specific funding and increase. And I was so proud to see that Rwanda has got 3 times the amount for children with disabilities. Can we give Rwanda a round of applause? I stand to be corrected. We are at a level where we say that, yes, we need to make provision for children with special needs. And we cannot allocate to them because in Namibia, we have universal and primary and secondary grants that we give to our children. And that is decentralized into a school account. But we say that children with special needs, we give them 5 times the amount. And in the next 2 financial years, Namibia is planning to put that 8 times the amount for children with special needs because we realize that they need much more equipment and much more investment. So having focused on the pedagogy and the literacy, the structured literacy, I just want to say that we really need to take into account that if we invest in foundational learning now, then of course we have much better learning outcomes at the grade 12 and the exit levels of national examinations. And I just want to take this opportunity to say that Namibia is also working on the professionalization of the teaching profession. We need to get to hold teachers much more accountable for what happened in the classroom, where we know that our teachers are our biggest resource. And lastly, I just want to really say that it's a fantastic opportunity to be here and to learn. And while we recognize that there's still so much that we need to get done in Namibia, we are happy that we have the support, not just of our communities and the political executives cabinet, but also of our donors in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so very much, Madam Achul. There is so much to learn from. And it's very difficult to summarize, and I'm trying my best here. What I learned from you is sustainability comes from state, it should be state-owned, it should be state-led, or country-led, and country resource. Thank you so much. And also, you mentioned about the institutionalization. When we are talking about institutionalization, it's mostly on the teacher on service, but how we are integrating with the pre-service. That's also a great way to learn from you as well. And most importantly, your resource management, and you are allocating 5 times more, let's say 1:5, 5 times. That means $1 for the normal setup, you are allocating $5 for the inclusive setup. This is really an exemplary work. In addition to that, the pre-primary allocation, it is now 4.4%. If I compare in the continent, it's close to 2%, but the benchmark is 10%. And we hope you are going to be there soon. Thank you so very much, and congratulations to Namibia. Now we are moving to, again, thank you. Now we are moving to Botswana. Hope we can connect Madam Replang. She's from Ministry of Education. Can you hear us, ma'am? Madam Replang, can you hear us? If not, then we are moving to Madam Hafsatu. So, Madam, you have experience in implementing teaching at right level in Nigeria as well as many other countries. So can you please share with us, in order to ensure the sustainability at the same time quality, then what are the critical considerations you would suggest when planning and designing remedial program? Over to you.
So thank you, Rudra. So for me, I joined TAL at a very risky time, just as COVID hit. So that was the time that we saw a lot of demand in terms of, improving learning outcomes for children. And at that time, we were in Nigeria just supporting 2 states. But by the time the world started opening up and more states started coming on board, we are currently in 7 states in Nigeria. Now, this is something I want to mention about Nigeria. It's one of the few countries in Africa that operates a federal system of government. That means that power is divided between the national level and the state level. So educational programs, for instance, can't just be run at the federal level. Policies can't just be made and and the states would pick them up. So it's a bit, and it's a bit funny because so policies made at the federal level, you can't impose them at the state level. So the demand needs to come from the states, right? And it's not just at the federal level that they would make these policies. So having said all that, I think one of the things that we really do need to consider in terms of quality, sustainability, and scaling up is building a long-term mindset. And by this, we mean, having having the government own the program, right? And the messaging needs to be clear that the government actually owns the program throughout, throughout the levels and the system. The whole system needs to know that this program is owned by the government. The other thing to that is funding as well. We shouldn't look at funding for the short term because funding is available. We should look at funding that would resolve the issues in the long run at the end of the day. So really focusing on the issues. The second thing that I would want to, kind of like mention as a consideration is the designing of the program. In TAL Africa, we believe in co-designing of each program. So because context differs, I just gave an example of the Nigerian context and how it differs from what we've done in Zambia, what we've done in all the other countries that throughout yesterday and today I've been hearing a lot about TAL. So it really does differ. So, you have to hear what the governments want and design, and you co-design the program to fit those needs. The third thing is, so we need to get the buy-in and the skills among people, among all the stakeholders, from the parents to the teachers, from the communities to the governments, local governments, to the higher level governments. So that buy-in and building the capacity, and you can get the buy-in by building the capacity and creating awareness and letting them know the impact and the and the benefits of these programs. Yes, and then in terms of institutionalization, it has to be at the right time. You can't just start a program and then say, look, it takes a lot. And you mentioned when you were talking that it does take a lot of time. Policies need to be put in place. A lot of reforms need to happen. So it does take a lot of time to institutionalize a program, but then you can find a right time for it. And I think the speakers from today, from Ghana, from Namibia, that is what I've heard from you guys, that you are in this process and you know that it's going to take time, but you are focused on it. So I do want to give you kudos for that.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Madam Hamja. Particularly, it's again very difficult to summarize, and I am doing it quickly. I know we are running out of time. Particularly, you mentioned about the political commitment, buy-ins, capacity development, and it's a government has to own the program. And when we are resourcing, we need to think about the longer-term solutions and also designing is critical, as you mentioned, and more importantly, we need to think about the longer term plan and longer term resource allocations. So colleagues, actually, you need to write your question. If we have time, I will take 2 or 3 questions. With this, actually, I'm inviting Professor Braham. So please give him a round of applause, and he's going to share the key insight from the mapping study of the impactful practices. Over to you, Professor Braham.
Thanks, Rudra, and I'm so pleased to be on this extraordinary panel. I have some slides, hopefully you'll be able to put them up. So I think the big insight that I can take away, not just from this session, but in fact for the last 3 days, is that we can no longer just talk about a learning crisis. We can't just talk about learning poverty. The real story now is the change journey that we're all on. It's very clear that the real story that's emerging is that there is clear direction, there's movement. We're not there, but we're on the road. So we're on the road to improvement. And in many respects, the presentation I'm going to be talking about today consolidates some of the very important lessons from that journey. So we're on the road, we're on that journey. What are the lessons to ensure that we make faster progress, that we get to where we need to go? So I'm going to be talking about a number of lessons that emerge from a study that I've done in the SADC region on impactful FLN programs. I've generally chosen, can you go to the next slide? I've chosen to feature some programs that are very well known. I think everybody's heard a lot about the Zambian program. I think there's some information about Madagascar and certainly lots of information about Botswana. But I'm also going to feature programs that are not as well known and that there are important lessons that can be learned from them. I've also chosen programs where there is existing high-quality, peer-reviewed journal articles on the impact of those programs, either in early pilot studies or trials, or in fact, evidence of working at scale across the system. I've also tried to focus on not just on existing programs that have demonstrated impact, but also programs that have figured out the real dynamics of moving to scale. Scaling up is a very complex process, but there are evidence now, whether it's in Zambia, whether it's Madagascar, and whether it's Namibia, whether it's Botswana, that scaling up can be done successfully across large systems. So I'm going to be focusing on the lessons from the countries that I featured on. Just one note that the report on impactful FLN in SADC will be launched. It has to be approved by the ministers, all the ministers in SADC, but it'll be available in 3 languages, in Portuguese, French, and in English in June of 2025. Next slide. So I want to talk about what I call the 5 key lessons, some of which have already been talked about. So apologies for repeating. Some of them I think will be new. So the first important lesson that I think emerges from my experience working in SADC is that although there's a strong emphasis on evidence, and that we've got the global monitoring advisory panel talks about good buys and best buys. The reality for political leadership, they want to understand why it works, not just that it works. So they need to understand what are the educational ideas, what are the pedagogical ideas that drive a particular approach. So in Zambia, the idea of catch-up was that there was a recognition that you first need to know where the children are and that you need to teach them where they are rather than what the curriculum says they should be at. It's a very powerful idea that will animate politicians to understand the centrality of an approach to the change journey. So it's not just that it works, but why it works is central. And it's central not just for our political leaders, but it's central when we communicate the ideas in the public domain, when we communicate the ideas to parents and teachers, that we are able to explain the pedagogy, the educational logic behind the intervention. The second very important, and my lesson is government in the lead, and this has been said time and time again by every speaker here. There was a time when many governments said, we will get our partners to lead an educational intervention in the early grades. We'll get USAID to fund a project. Well, we now know that external funded projects without governments in the lead don't work. They're not sustainable. They often don't get the buy-in. As many teachers in South Africa say, this too will pass. So government have to be at the forefront of the change journey. But there's an important addition to government in the lead. And that is that oftentimes it's not just that our political leaders need to take charge, or that's certainly true, but our senior teams of leaders need to be at the forefront of leading the change process. And I've seen this in Namibia, an extraordinary group of senior managers who have come together and understand the complexities of the change process, but actually taking charge of that journey. But another really important lesson from Namibia is that leadership doesn't just need to come from the center, from Windhoek. Oftentimes, leadership comes from the provinces. Leadership comes from the regions. And in Namibia, the champion of the Jolly Phonics program was a person who was 750 kilometers away from Windhoek in a relatively rural, a very rural district. And so, or region. So we need to recognize that government leadership is not just about what happens in the capital, but it's listening to the powerful leaders that we have in many of our regions or our districts around the country. The third lesson, and again, I think everybody has talked about it in some way or other, is that we need to balance interventions with policy reform. You can't just do policy reform and you can't just do interventions. If we're going to ensure sustainable change in early grade reading, we need to have powerful examples of how to move the system forward. So Teach at the Right Level has demonstrated within a short period of time that you can get very substantial gains in learning outcomes. But if you do not translate that into sustained policy, those gains will evaporate overnight. So it's really important to work and recognize that there's a synergy between interventions and policy reforms. And we need to know that policy processes are not quick. Oftentimes, a policy process can take years to actually enact. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't be working on those. When we have a sense that something is working, we need to build the policy infrastructure that will sustain it going forward. And that's the key to ensuring that the important innovations that we've introduced become institutionalized in the practices at every level of government. So working again, we do need innovations. We need projects and interventions that show early results, quick wins they're sometimes called, but we need to complement them with strong policy changes at a structural level within the system. This is a big issue, and it's a complicated issue, the issue of measuring learning outcomes. And I think, without doubt, Rudra really speaks a lot about accountability. But one of the biggest challenges across the SADC region, in fact, across the continent, is we do not have sufficient, simple, easy-to-use, well-established, acceptable measures of early learning that is both at a national level, a representative or universal measures of learning, but also that is measures of learning that are reliable and accurate at the school level, that the teachers can understand, that are a genuine reflection of the proficiencies of learners in the class. And that's a really critical part, not just for the purposes of benchmarking where you are currently, but also to recognize that we need to have that information for learning, for prioritization, for ensuring that we are making progress against our targets. So ensuring measurement, and measurement that is simple, relatively cost-effective, and quick, that can be used for learning purposes, is a central feature of the learning journey that we're currently on, and possibly the one that we have made the least progress on consistently across the region. And finally, and this is a lesson that I've learned from my colleagues in Botswana. You cannot underestimate the centrality of thinking about implementation. Good ideas are great, but 90% of the good stuff that we do is at the level of implementation. You need to invest in project management. You need to monitor that the quality of the intervention consistently meets the standards that you expect. You need to monitor and evaluate consistently to ensure that when you're working at scale, that not only is the first initial pilot really working, or the pilot that worked closest to the capital, but in the most far-flung regions, in the areas long way from anywhere, that the quality of the program is consistently at the level that you expect. And that requires investment in project management, investment in implementation, and without it, you're never going to be guaranteed that you're going to be ensuring quality across the system. So those are some of the lessons that we've learned. But I think the really big takeaway for me is these are the questions we're asking now. We're no longer asking questions about learning poverty or the learning crisis. We're now asking the questions, how do we make this work? And what are the lessons that can be learned from countries and systems that are making it work? And for me, that's an extremely powerful thing, that we're on that journey. We're making the progress to where we want to go. Thank you very much.
What a powerful summarization. I think I don't need to summarize again. It's such a powerful summarization. Thank you. Thank you. If you have any question, I know we are running out of time. So it's already 5 minutes exceeded. So if you have a burning question, can we take one or two? Yes, please, ma'am. Can anyone provide the hand mic, please? Quick, because we are losing time, please. Madam in the front first, then we'll come back to sir, please.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kedres Triagenda from Uganda. I want to thank the team for what they've shared. Just a few thoughts to help us because we are on the same journey. The first one is when you adopt the evidence-based approaches of what works and what doesn't work, how do you ensure that everybody comes on board? Because we are looking at provision of quality education for all learners, and we are looking at using pilots. While the pilot is going on, some other group is not learning. It's not getting the same advantage. So how do we get that one bridged out? The second one, which has been kind of itching me over the whole season we've been here, is I've not heard the voice of the teachers themselves. How long do they take to unlearn what they learned, what they've been using, and relearn and have the confidence of using it and moving us forward? And finally, how do we take, wait a minute. Yes, the parents, Ghana, the parents and community. That is our weakest link in Uganda, getting them on board, because some of our parents are not educated. They actually can't read themselves. So how do you overcome that one?
Then one more question from the behind, sir. Then we'll close.
Thank you very much. I'm Gervais from Rwanda. Mine will be to Ghana. I was interested when he mentioned the differentiated learning, which is in most context constrained by class size. I would wish to hear from him how they go about this and what can he teach us. Thank you very much.
Question from the ma'am, then we'll close. Yeah.
Bonjour, donc c'est Aminata du Sénégal. C'est pas une question, c'est une contribution. Féliciter les panélistes.
Translation, please.
Féliciter les panélistes. Ensuite, dire que nous sommes bien d'accord qu'il y a des problèmes pour que les enfants maîtrisent certaines compétences, dont la lecture, parce que les enseignants ne comprennent pas le curriculum et ils n'ont pas eux aussi toutes les compétences pour évaluer. C'est quoi un curriculum? C'est quoi une compétence? C'est quoi une évaluation significative de l'intégration? Nous avons eu des enseignants qui ont eu des problèmes. Mais il y a aussi l'environnement familial. Madame vient de parler des parents qui n'ont pas donc reçu une instruction. Mais il y a au Sénégal la question des classes spéciales. C'est un enseignant qui tient deux niveaux, CICP ou CPCE1. Et ils n'ont pas toujours, lors de la formation initiale, la pédagogie qu'il faut pour enseigner des groupes pédagogiques différents. Il y a un point essentiel qui est sorti, c'est la question de la redevabilité et de l'imputabilité. Il nous faut ça. Ensuite, j'ai une question, c'est comment est-ce qu'on peut évaluer des enfants qui n'ont pas les mêmes caractéristiques individuelles et qui ne sont pas dans les mêmes compétences. La formation des personnels est importante, mais comment on surveille ce transfert de compétences, les nouveaux savoirs acquis par les enseignants et leurs pratiques dans la classe pour impacter sur les enfants. Il y a beaucoup d'évaluations, mais jamais de retour chez les enseignants. Donc les PASEC, les SNERS, on n'a jamais trop de temps pour aller jusqu'en classe pour dire à l'enseignant, voici le résultat, comment faire pour améliorer. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. And over to you, panelists, for the quick reaction. We have just 3 minutes, please. Yeah, please go ahead.
Right, thank you so much. I would like to talk on getting parents on board, especially the parents that are not educated. I came with this manual. We've developed manual and guide for parents and in various languages in Ghana. So the teachers themselves, the community level officers that have been trained, invite parents and they take them through the manual. There are certain slogans that we've captured in the manual that when you support your child at home, you are supporting the community, you are supporting the family. So these are the terminologies or the slogans that we bring on board for the parents to appreciate the need. We bring them to the school as well as the children are learning. And then they also follow what the teachers are doing. Then they appreciate their role. It's not so difficult getting parents to understand that when they support their children, they are supporting the entire community and they are supporting the national development. Management of large classes. The DL Plus is being run from level 2 to 6. And a number of teachers within the school have been trained. So depending on the large class, the size of the class, if it is a class where they can divide them into the 3 levels, the teacher can handle it because you have 2 hours, 1 hour for numeracy, 1 hour for literacy. So when they are grouped into their various classes, you have teachers for the various levels who come in to support. It doesn't matter your age, it doesn't matter whether you are in class 2 or class 3. When it comes to differentiated learning, then you move into your class, there is a teacher that is supposed to be with you to take you through. As you migrate to the next level, probably the next teacher will handle you. So if you have a small class where one teacher can handle it, fine. So there is a strategy to support the teachers to do that. The next one I want to talk about is capacity of teachers. Yes, pre-service, in-service. My friend from Namibia made an indication, I hope I've gotten the country right, that they want to talk to the colleges of education in the course of training teachers so that we imbibe that into the curriculum at the college level. So before they even come in, they know how to handle pedagogy. And we build the capacity of our teachers too. We train teachers, the assessment, we train them on the various strategy. There was a question talking about how teachers appreciate the curriculum. Yes, at the initial stage, it was so difficult. But when you have a strategy and you have to build their capacity, soon they get it because they already have the basis. The difference is that how do you classify them into various groups? And we have assessment tools to do that. I'm not expert in that. But when you come into this, you have assessment tools to classify them. After taking them through the baseline, you'll be able to know their various levels and you to group them. I might not have the opportunity again, but I know that all of us in this room appreciate the fact that education is the enabler. And if education is the enabler, we have no excuse. We must act and act now. And you have best practices all over the world. Even with this room, We have a number of things we can learn from others. All that we need to do is that let us collaborate at the subnational level, at the national level, at the regional level, at the school level, at the community level. Own the process, work together, and to get it. And the last one is to leverage technology in teaching, in assessment, so that we can make data-based, evidence-based decisions. And all of us will be laughing at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I know we are running out of time. Then thank you. It's really an honor to be the moderator of this huge, powerful panel. Thank you so very much. It's really an honor. Thank you.
Greetings, colleagues. From one impactful session to another, we'll just give a few minutes for transition. Do take your seats. And the next session will be in both, the speakers will be speaking both in French and English. So if you need the translation support, do pick up your devices from the back. You can pick them up at the back. And may I request our organizers to please start the video.
Area because it prepares children for transition primaries. Some of the biggest challenges the country face in implementing.
Could we check the audio, please?
Facilities, problem in underserved communities. The improvement I have seen in the local class because these children can read, write, and put words and these classes benefit children because their foundation is already built out. When they get in, they quite read.
Can we increase the volume for the audio? And maybe start it again? And as the video is coming up, colleagues, do take your seats. And if I may remind you, we will be having translation in French and English. So if you need translation support, do pick up your devices from the back.
Early childhood education and foundational literacy and numeracy is very important in Liberia because it prepares children for transition to primary school.
Some of the biggest challenges the country face in implementing foundational literacy and numeracy. The issue of facilities is also a problem in underserved communities. The improvement I have seen in the low grade class is because these children can read, write, and they can put voice in sentences. These classes benefit the children because their foundation is already built out. When they get in the first read, has worked with partners to ensure the work with communities to establish community-based centers in underserved communities where children don't have ECE schools.
But when the children comes, I take care of them, made them to read and write, and made them to play. Because the playing is the first thing for the children. Without play, they cannot learn.
My name is Tamu Kamu. I'm afraid of school. I can play, I can read, I can dance.
One of the specific skills taught to mother is parental skills, how to take care of the children, how to feed them, how to bring the children up on a daily basis. If they have the agricultural skills, they will be able to feed their children, or they will have to sell and to put the children in the school.
There are lots of adolescent mothers who are now in school, who are yearning to acquire livelihood skills to transform their own life and make themselves economically empowered, self-reliant, and self-sufficient. So we provide two components of the program. So the two components, the livelihood components that deal with history and that of soap making. And the next one that deals with functional numeracy and literacy and the computer training skill.
I teach history taking, but with that, I'll give them the basic numeracy and literacy skills.
I now know nothing about baking for ballet training. I know how to read and write. I know measurement. And even know different recipes.
So the program is benefiting both the mother and the children.
Good morning. Good morning, distinguished guests and colleagues. Just before we get started, if you'd like to fill more spaces up front, feel free to do so. And I will just repeat, this session will be in both French and English. So if you need the devices, please pick them up. And I think we are ready to start on another exciting engagement on this time, the early years and how we connect with the foundation learning agenda. My name is Divya Latha, and I'm the Global Lead for Early Childhood Education at UNICEF headquarters. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome all of you in this important session titled From Early Years to the Early Grades, Achieving School Readiness Through Early Childhood Education. On behalf of UNICEF and the World Bank, I want to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guests, government officials, development partners, practitioners, youth advocates, and all attendees who have gathered here today in Kigali, as well as those who are joining us virtually. Your presence here today is a testament to our shared commitment to advancing investments in early childhood across Africa, working towards a future where every child has the opportunity to reach their full potential. This session is a pivotal part of the Africa Foundation Learning Exchange 2024. Our focus today is on the critical transition from early childhood to the early grades, a foundational phase that sets the stage for lifelong learning and development. The journey from the early years to the early grays is not just a passage of time, it is a significant developmental phase that shapes a child's future. Quality early childhood education is one of the most powerful investments we can make, delivering returns up to 13 times higher per dollar invested. Yet, nearly 175 million children globally are not enrolled in pre-primary education, with the majority of these children living in low-income countries and vulnerable communities. The impact is profound. Children who lack early learning opportunities are less likely to succeed in school, have lower lifetime earnings, and face greater social challenges. We all recognize that when children are prepared and ready for school, they are more likely to succeed academically, socially, and indeed in life. For Africa, the situation is particularly urgent as more than half the young children are not enrolled in early childhood education, with disparities most stark in rural and low-income areas. But we are not here totally to focus on challenges today, but we are here to be a part of the solution. Yeah. I think my anxiety to catch up on the time made me speak too fast for the interpreters. I've noted I will go a little slow. Thank you. As I was saying, we are here today to also be a part of the solution. African nations have demonstrated strong commitment to educational goals set by the African Union's Agenda 2063 and global frameworks like the Sustainable Development Goals. Quality early childhood education is an essential component of these aspirations, not only as a developmental goal, but as a catalyst for sustainable development, poverty eradication, and social inclusion. As was demonstrated during the leadership panel yesterday, every country representative ministers who were speaking actually gave early childhood and counted that as an important and integral part of the learning agenda that we are all pursuing together. Countries across Africa are demonstrating remarkable commitment, resilience, and innovation, from implementing policies to universalizing pre-primary education, training teachers in child-centered inclusive pedagogies, and supporting parents as partners in providing the best start to life for their children. Initiatives like UNICEF's 5 Million Futures are examples of efforts supporting Agenda 2063 by helping African countries sustainably scale up early childhood education. These initiatives emphasize equity and inclusion through gender transformative strategies and comprehensive support for disability inclusion, aligning with both regional, global educational commitments. We are witnessing promising momentum across the continent, but we must go further and faster. Our session today will have two segments. We will begin with the presentation and some reflections on the Country Accountability Tracker for ECE, or as we fondly call it, the Catch ECE. This is a tool that helps us measure our progress and identify areas for improvement in early childhood education. After this presentation, there will be some reflections, and then there will be the second segment, which is a panel discussion, which will enable us to meet our session objectives to explore innovative approaches to enhance school readiness, facilitate exchange of successful early childhood education practices, reaffirm political and financial commitments to early childhood education, and foster collaboration among stakeholders. Without further ado, I think we will go ahead with the first presentation, and it is my pleasure to invite my colleague, Mr. Haugen Yao, education economist at UNICEF, who will present the preliminary results and the potential of the Catch ECE tracker. Welcome, Haugen. Over to you.
Okay, before the screen showing up, just, well, first, good morning, bonjour, sabah to our delegate from Algeria, and Mara Moussaid, the term I just learned in order to speak like a local. Yeah. Right there. Okay, but sorry. Okay. So, okay, seems like we are going to have some technical issue here. Resolve, yes, great. And as Divya introduced, I'm Education Economics from the UNICEF New York office, also global lead on the sector planning and financing. It's my great honor to be invited to talk about the country action tracker for children, early childhood education, catchy ECE fighting for 2024. Kudos to my colleague Divya coming up such a catchy acronym for this tracker as well. This is the first year we try to collect the data on government effort about early childhood education. Next, please. And part of my job is to coordinate the foundational and learning action tracker. I believe many of you have heard about this tracker in the past 2 days. And for the catchy ECE, it's not just an addition or extension of the tracker. It's actually part of the tracker, a member of this tracker, because we know ECE is about the right to foundational learning. That's also in the title of the 2024 UNESCO UNICEF Global Report on ECE as well. Also, the catch ECE, it follows the same way of data collection like the foundational learning action tracker. It includes 2 big components of data. The first one is a mid-year survey distributed to over 150 UNICEF country office to collect the information in consultation with the Ministry of Education. The second component is the end-of-year internal monitoring by UNICEF, again, also in consultation with Ministry of Education, but focusing on system strengthening. Then we change the survey result into 4 scale for each sub-dimension in education topics, from non-initiating to initiating, establish, and championing. Next, please. So here, I know I was only given 5 minutes, so I will go through the major finding very swiftly. First of all, we know that globally, most countries are taking nationwide action on teacher training and data collection. But more efforts are needed. At least 1 in 4 are not taking action on school readiness support and parental engagement in early learning. Next. And for low-income countries, only 1 in 5 provide nationwide measures on school readiness support, teacher training, and parental engagement. Just to clarify that here, when we say measures, we mean policy actions. We are not saying about, we are not discussing about learning assessment. Next, please. And what about Africa? We see that only 1 in 4 African countries provide nationwide measures on school readiness support. That's one of the major finding we have. If you look at the graph here, on the left-hand side, the columns for Africa is 25% countries, but globally is 45%. That's the part that Africa lagging more behind the global level. Next, please. And then we also see that going back to the global big picture, over 1 in 4 countries have yet to establish systems on governance and teaching and learning, such as curricular, where do you have a criteria, whether you have the corresponding structure, and do you have appropriate material produced, and do you have a conducive learning environment for kindergartens, etc. Next. We also see that if we compare Africa to the rest of the world, Africa is relatively lagging behind in terms of government effort. There's certainly there's a need to strengthen the system and to apply more concrete action in improving the ECE. Next. And it's our great honor to have delegates from 4 countries to provide their experience in this section today. And therefore, we also have a small group about the rating in terms of policy action and system strengthening for the 4 countries, and you can also make comparison to the average in Africa and the average in the rest of the developing world. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go over in detail, but I think the next slide, I do want to go for detail. For each country, based on the 2024 findings, we can see some good news and some not so good news for each of the country. For Algeria, good news, nationwide measure to provide school readiness support and measurement for parental engagement, but then we see there's insufficient learning material and teacher training. And for Rwanda, nationwide teacher training on trial center pedagogy for ECE teachers and ECD caregivers, the personnels. But then there's more effort needed for capacity building support for caregiver facilitators in community-based ECD centers. And for Cameroon, good news, nationwide collection on pre-primary coverage, service quality and child outcome, but more effort is needed to provide accredited training for pre-primary teacher and child-centered pedagogy. Finally, for Malawi, we see a good trend that the country is starting the launching of a pre-primary classes in all public schools. But you also need to accelerate the professionalization of ECE facilitators to improve the quality of delivery. Malawi will be hosting the Flex 2005, so we look forward to more good news in the coming months as well. Next, please. I believe I've consumed all my 5 minutes, so I will stop here and I look forward to the discussion, presentation, and more importantly, our joint efforts in translating our commitment on ECE into concrete actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that insightful presentation, Haugen. This was a pilot initiative to see what kind of indicators we could be tracking to see how well we are doing on early childhood education. As you could see, it does give us some important information. It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Gilbert Munyemana, the Deputy Director of the National Child Development Agency in Rwanda, to please share a few reflections on the Catch ECE tracker and how it can be a tool to influence policy and practice in early childhood education. Mr. Munyemana, you're welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Let me join others to greet you and to thank you again for this very fruitful exchange. Bonjour, Mwaramutse, good morning. As our colleagues have been presenting now on the data on ECE tracker, I'll start with a saying, actually, which is valid everywhere, that we say, no data, no problem, but also no solutions. So it's very important actually to make sure that we have data on everything that we are going to work on, because also as other people say, if we don't count, you don't count, actually in the planning and everything. So reflecting on what have been presented, we also in Rwanda realized that it's very important to work on ECD mapping. So recently we have finalized the ECD mapping of all the ECD settings in Rwanda, because in Rwanda, we are having different settings, not only the school-based ECD, the community-based ECD, even the home-based ECDs. So recently we had a number of 31,000 ECD settings, where actually we could see the information on the location. It was a geo information survey, where we can also compare with other data like the national census that we have had to tackle the issue of access. Currently, we are having the 80% of our children accessing ECD services, but the mapping also have helped us to locate where we have a lower number and a bigger number. And also it have helped us to see the clarification, because you saw one of the challenges that we are having, it's also the capacity building in this community school-based and home-based ECD settings, because like in the former one, like ECD, school-based ECD, what we normally call the pre-primary ou bien les gardiens, we already have a structure of training them. And for the community and the home-based ECD, we can also see what is the number, what are the planning that we are going to have for that mass training, because actually it is a massive also workforce that it's needed. Talking about the mapping, it's one step, like to know the status today, but also we need to keep the track, the monitoring. So we are working also on the way of regular reporting through different people who are working at lower administrative levels, who will be always updating the mapping. We have seen that it is helping also in the programming of different either partners projects, because we could see the status of WASH, which is one pillar of the ECD in Rwanda, the clarification of, I talked about, of the caregivers, but also the infrastructure. So that is also going to be important. It's very important to monitor every day and also having up-to-date data. And still talking about the data and monitoring, I cannot go without saying that a previous presenter talked about the role of leadership in each area for making sure that we are having a comprehensive ECD services, ECE services everywhere. So in Rwanda, we have established what we call ECD scorecard. So we work with the Rwanda governance boards. Normally, every year, different institutions giving services to the population. There is a practice of correcting the level of satisfaction of people, but also observing. So now we are having the third edition, and that's where we look at different indicators. This, I talked about the local government. It has been helping us also to assess the progress in performance contracts that the district mayors sign actually with His Excellence, the President. We call them Imihigo. Probably you have heard about these ones. They are done in different areas, and social, economic, and others. So ECD access, but also quality is part of it. And every year it's assessed. We were talking this morning, it is a competition among districts, but it's a healthy competition because it serves the children. And finally, reflecting on what we talked about, is not only about the infrastructure, but also the learning of the outcomes that we see in our settings. So we have worked on early learning and development standards, we call them ELDS, which are showing the outcome of each child at each level and in different categories. I was in the previous session and someone was asking about that, the age and each area, cognitive side, physical side. So that's has been finalized, and we are starting actually the process of evaluating, because at the end of the day, whatever we are doing, the end result is the outcome. What a child is learning, what is it gaining? Is it being prepared for the learning in primary? And it doesn't have to look at one side, which is actually the confusion most of the time we see on looking at only on the part of early learning preparation, but also it goes with health, but also with hygiene, but also with child protection, because without that holistic way, it's very difficult to let the children reach their potentials, stay in schools, actually achieve where we are going. It's very important for human capital development. I think Diva talked about that. It's the best investment we can do. And looking at the data, I was looking at the data of human capital index, and the countries which are having an index which is beyond 60%, they are all rich or middle income. But those below 50, you will see no exception that there is also, it's in the not rich, not in the middle. So it is very important to lay a big foundation to make sure that we're achieving where we want for the children to be able to develop themselves, their families, but also their country. So thank you very much. Those are the comments or the reflection that I would like to share. And I think they will be helpful from other brothers and sisters countries. And also we'll be exchanging more to make sure that we are laying a very solid foundation for our children, but also for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Munyamala. Do join us on the stage for the following session of the panel discussion. So colleagues, that was a pilot attempt at looking at some of the tracking parameters we would like to see in telling us how much progress we are making in sustaining and supporting early childhood systems. Your suggestion of really looking at the scorecard is indeed very helpful. And I think as we continue to develop the tool and use it in more and more countries, 89 countries, in fact, participated in the survey this time. We are hoping it will continue to be a strong tool in our hands to strengthen the work that we are trying to do to make sure that every child has their rightful provision for early learning and developmental support. We should transition straight away without further ado to our panel discussion. And it is my pleasure now to invite our esteemed panel. Mr. Gilbert is already here from Rwanda. I would like to invite next Mr. Ivang Asambe, Pedagogical Inspector in charge of Primary Education, Ministry of Basic Education, Cameroon. You're welcome, Mr. Asambe. It is also my pleasure to invite Ms. Grace Milner, Director of Basic Education, Ministry of Education, Malawi. You're welcome, madam. Please join us here. I next invite Mr. Mohammed Yahyoui, Central Inspector of National Education, Ministry of Education, Algeria. Do join us. And last but not the least, it is my pleasure to invite Melody Ingabire, Communications Specialist at Care and Help Child Organization in Rwanda, our youth advocate for early childhood education. You're very welcome, Melody. So we will now go into the panel discussion section, and each of our panel members will have 5 minutes for their intervention. And if I may request you, we are being assisted to keep to time. So our colleague there will show us a red card when we have 1 minute left. So do keep a slight eye towards the left, and hopefully we can all proceed with this discussion in an effective and efficient way. I want to start with a question, Mr. Asambe, to you. Cameroon has made remarkable efforts to expand early childhood education access, particularly in underserved rural areas through community-driven programs. Despite challenges in training for teachers, strong data collection mechanisms, and mechanisms to support ongoing improvements, a lot of effort has been put in. Can you please share with us what are these systemic practices employed in Cameroon to ensure school readiness for all children? I understand you will be speaking in French, so kindly use your translator devices for that. Over to you, Mr. Asange.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam, for giving me the floor. As you have just said it, I will speak in French because I feel more comfortable with this language. Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais dire que le Cameroun, à l'instar des autres pays africains, a eu un peu du retard à l'allumage par rapport à la préscolarisation de ses enfants. À l'origine, l'enseignement préscolaire était réservé à une tranche de la société un peu plus évoluée. On a donc remarqué une offre publique un peu timide et une offre privée galopante parce que c'était un peu comme un signe de richesse que d'avoir ses enfants dans l'enseignement préscolaire. Mais disons-le comme ça, au fil du temps, et avec l'accompagnement de ses partenaires, le Cameroun a fini par comprendre l'importance et la nécessité de l'enseignement préscolaire comme passage fort pour la préparation des enfants dans l'enseignement primaire. Et donc, depuis 2013, notamment dans son document de stratégie du secteur de l'éducation et de la formation, le Cameroun, avec tous ses partenaires techniques et financiers, ont pris l'engagement de faire du préscolaire une priorité d'éducation publique. À cet effet, il a été décidé de multiplier l'offre de l'enseignement préscolaire à travers l'amélioration de cette offre dans les zones rurales qui en étaient pratiquement dépourvues. En 2013, nous étions à 25% de couverture de l'offre préscolaire pour tout le pays. Alors, une stratégie a été mise en place. Il s'agit de la stratégie du préscolaire à base communautaire. Cette initiative qui a été prise avec l'accompagnement de l'UNICEF principalement a été bien encadrée dans le document de politique nationale du préscolaire et de stratégie de mise en œuvre du préscolaire à base communautaire. C'est donc à partir de cette année qu'a vu le jour le concept de centre préscolaire communautaire, qui en réalité est un concept d'offre préscolaire appuyé sur l'initiative communautaire et la gestion communautaire. De cette manière, nous avons pu passer de 2013 à 2020 de 25% de couverture préscolaire à 40% de couverture préscolaire. Aujourd'hui, l'évolution du monde semble faire l'unanimité sur la nécessité de commencer par le préscolaire pour garantir des apprentissages solides au primaire. Le Cameroun ne voudrait donc pas s'arrêter en si bon chemin. Nous avons décidé avec nos partenaires de mettre un coup d'accélérateur en instituant ce que nous appelons désormais la classe 0 dans toutes les écoles primaires des zones rurales. L'idée est que dans ces écoles, on puisse réserver une classe qui va offrir la préscolarisation aux enfants. De cette manière, on a grand espoir que dans un avenir qui n'est plus lointain, tout notre pays sera couvert d'offres préscolaires. Cela va avec des défis et des perspectives que nous espérons pouvoir relever avec l'aide de tous. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Sambe. Indeed, community remains a strong pillar for early childhood work that we do. And starting to really have a preschool center in every primary school is a very interesting and very important policy change that you have made. And we are with you in seeing the results of that and really continuing on that path forward. I turn next to Madam Grace Milner, the Director of Basic Education in Malawi. Malawi has demonstrated strategic government leadership by beginning a phased introduction of pre-primary classes in all public schools as well. Despite resource limitations, you have undertaken systemic financial analysis to commit to scaling up ECE nationwide. Do share with us more on this experience of costing early childhood education and how you envision this approach will impact the viability of the Ministry of Education expansion plans for early learning. Over to you, Madam.
The expansion of ECE in Malawi is evidence-based. I'm saying so because the Malawi National Planning Commission conducted a cost-benefit analysis of expanding and improving access to early childhood education in Malawi. And the result showed that there is a benefit cost ratio, and it is 1 to 4.5. Meaning that there are a lot of gains in investing in ECE. So as a government, we felt that that's the best way to go. And we are sure that by investing in ECE, we are going to reduce the repetition rates, the high dropout rates that we are having. There will be very high survival rates and even high completion rates. And as you are aware, we also have the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, target 4.2, which says that by 2030, we have to ensure that all girls and boys have access to quality early childhood development, care, and pre-primary education so that they are ready for primary education. So with this background, Malawi has prioritized pre-primary education expansion. Just to inform you that in Malawi, ECD is not under Ministry of Education, it's under another ministry. We call it Ministry of Gender, Community Development and Social Welfare. So because of this, we have developed strong collaboration with our sister ministry, and there are a lot of consultations. In fact, we have developed the Memorandum of Understanding so that we clearly define roles and responsibilities on EC expansion to achieve this SDG. We have also developed a roadmap to the expansion of ECE in Malawi by collaborating with our sister ministry, as I've already mentioned, and other ministries that are critical, like Ministry of Health, Ministry of Local Government, because primary education is decentralized, and also Ministry of Finance, Water Development, and a number of other MDAs, including other stakeholders like the private sector. And we also, through support from UNICEF, we conducted an EC costing and financing study to help government make informed decision in expanding ECE for the 5-year-olds. And this costing model is really good and flexible. And the good thing is that the cost model includes elements of community participation just to ensure that this expansion is affordable and sustainable. So community participation is critical in the expansion of ECE in Malawi. And we also ensured alignment with development partners like FCDO, the GPE, USAID, World Bank, UNICEF, and many more, including the private sector and the civil society organizations. And we have mobilized funds through the GP Partnership Compact System, the GP Compact System, the System Transformation Grant, and even the Multiplier Grant, where some private sector are also participating in the expansion of ECE. Like the Roger Federer Foundation and also the Press Corporation in Malawi and others. And this will focus on the establishment of pre-class in all primary schools in Malawi by 2029. And we are using a phased approach to the expansion of the pre-primary class so that by 2029, all the 5,000 plus public primary schools will be covered. So we have a lot of work to ensure that we have a robust monitoring system in place, an inclusive curriculum which is underway, and also teacher training for both in-service and pre-service. And with effective leadership, because there's already a political will, and with collective support from our partners, we are sure that we are going to implement this ECE without much challenges. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Miller, for shedding light on the very strategic way you're using financial planning and really bold steps. You make a very strong point of the direct connection early childhood provision has to the timely enrollment, survival, and indeed completion rates we want to see at other education levels, especially primary education. It's also interesting how you look at the collaborations and work on. Mr. Mohammed, what were some of the strategic choices of quality ECE in Algeria? Workforce development and training as a key pillar of this approach. Mr. Mohammed will be speaking in Arabic first, and then he will speak in French, and hopefully we will be able to follow the French translation for the English speakers. Over to you, Mr. Mohammed. Thank you.
Merci, bonjour. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ravi d'être avec vous pour vous présenter l'expérience algérienne concernant le développement de la petite enfance. J'ai préparé mon intervention en arabe, mais après le contact avec le service de la traduction, ils m'ont dit que la traduction de l'arabe vers les autres langues n'est pas disponible. Donc, à cet effet, je vais essayer d'intervenir en français. D'abord, l'Algérie considère l'éducation comme un investissement essentiel pour le développement social et économique, comme en témoigne la Constitution. Celle-ci prévoit non seulement de la gratuité de l'enseignement scolaire, mais aussi son caractère obligatoire dans les cycles primaires et moyens. La Constitution précise également que l'État est responsable de l'amélioration permanente de la qualité de cette éducation. Dans ce contexte, la stratégie de l'éducation nationale en Algérie 2016-2030 a pour objectif de relever le défi de la qualité. À cet effet, mon intervention concernant la thématique de la petite enfance en première année, préparation à l'école grâce à l'éducation de la petite enfance, est scindée en 3 parties. Le premier partie présente l'architecture du système éducatif algérien, le deuxième traite du préscolaire et le troisième présente des mots, des questions clés concernant l'éducation préparatoire. D'abord, concernant l'architecture de notre système éducatif en Algérie, est structuré autour de 3 cycles. Le cycle de l'enseignement primaire, moyen et secondaire sont 2 cycles obligatoires au sens de la Constitution algérienne. Et concernant le préscolaire, il n'est pas obligatoire, mais il est en cours de généralisation. Faisant suite à la réforme du système éducatif algérien en 2003 et pour objectif de fixer les dispositions fondamentales régissant le système éducatif algérien, l'Algérie a promulgué la loi 08-04, portant loi d'orientation sur l'éducation nationale, et dans son article 38, il prévoit que l'éducation préscolaire regroupe, en amont de la scolarité obligatoire, les différents stades de prise en charge socio-éducative des enfants âgés de 3 à 6 ans. Donc, le préscolaire, au sens de la loi d'orientation sur l'éducation nationale, concerne les enfants âgés de 3 à 6 ans. D'abord, la préscolarisation destinée aux enfants âgés de 3 ans et moins de 5 ans se fait à travers plusieurs espaces, dans les écoles coraniques, dans les écoles privées, dans les jardins rattachés à d'autres départements ministériels et dans des crèches rattachées aux collectivités territoriales. Et concernant l'éducation préparatoire destinée aux enfants âgés de 5 ans et non obligatoire, d'une durée d'1 an, elle a pour but d'encourager les enfants de 5 ans à développer leur personnalité à travers des activités ludiques et de les initier aux bases de la lecture, de l'écriture et du calcul. Son organisation incombe au secteur de l'éducation nationale. Cet enseignement est gratuit dans les écoles publiques et est en cours de généralisation. Et concernant le troisième point qui parle de l'éducation préscolaire, question clé, la politique nationale algérienne de l'éducation vise à promouvoir l'enseignement préscolaire pour les enfants de 3 à moins de 5 ans et à le généraliser pour les enfants de 5 ans, c'est-à-dire l'éducation préparatoire. Les enfants inscrits en première année primaire ayant suivi le préparatoire a atteint 62% pour l'année scolaire 2020-2021, contre 43% pour l'année scolaire 2015, soit une évolution positive, près de 19 points de pourcentage. Et aussi, il est nécessaire de préciser que pour cette année scolaire 2024-2025, et à l'effet de réaliser les objectifs des ODD 4, et grâce aux aménagements opérés concernant d'abord les modalités d'organisation de l'éducation préparatoire, en adoptant un emploi du temps qui permet d'alterner l'accueil des enfants avec 1 jour sur 2, et l'élargissement du nombre d'écoles primaires publiques accueillant des classes préparatoires, et la numérisation des procédures de gestion de la scolarité, en particulier la procédure d'inscription préscolaire, notre ministère a pu prendre en charge la quasi-totalité des demandes d'inscription en classe d'éducation préparatoire, selon bien évidemment les demandes exprimées par leurs parents souhaitant inscrire leur enfant dans le préscolaire, sachant que ce type d'enseignement n'est pas obligatoire au sens de la législation algérienne. En termes d'effectifs, le nombre d'inscrits dans les écoles primaires publiques disposant de classes préparatoires s'élève à 531 000 élèves en 2022, dont la moitié est de filles. Ce nombre est en augmentation de 25% par rapport à l'année 2015. Pour ce qui est écoles primaires publiques disposant de classes préparatoires, la proportion a atteint 87% pour l'année 2020. Aussi, l'offre de l'éducation est assurée principalement par les établissements publics relevant de l'éducation nationale à hauteur de 80%. Et l'intervention des autres institutions couvre les 20% qui restent, conformément à ce qui suit. 10% dans les écoles coraniques, 3% dans les écoles privées, 4% dans les jardins d'enfants et 1% dans les crèches rattachées aux collectivités locales. Il est aussi nécessaire de préciser que l'une des mesures tangibles pour la généralisation de l'éducation préparatoire est l'augmentation de l'accès des enfants aux cantines scolaires, qui atteint 80% au niveau national pour l'année scolaire 2024-2025. Néanmoins, l'éducation préparatoire ne peut être efficiente qu'elle repose sur un certain nombre de fondamentaux. Parmi ces bases, un programme d'éducation clair qui n'est pas censé revêtir les caractéristiques d'enseignement, un personnel d'encadrement possédant les qualifications académiques nécessaires et qui ne devrait pas revêtir les caractéristiques d'un enseignement. À titre d'exemple, il faut signaler que notre ministère de l'Éducation travaille à la mise en place d'une formation des personnels pédagogiques sur les gestes et pratiques spécifiques à ce type d'enseignement professionnel spécifique et adapté aux préscolaires. Aussi, des espaces d'accueil, des mobiliers, des équipements et moyens didactiques adaptés aux âges des enfants. Aussi, notre gouvernement ouvre, au titre de chaque rentrée scolaire, un pack d'aide sociale au profit des élèves nécessiteux. Outre la gratuité de l'enseignement public, une action sociale en matière d'éducation préparatoire, clairement énoncée dans la loi sur l'éducation d'orientation, à travers l'article 13. Ce dernier stipule que l'État soutient la scolarisation des élèves défavorisés et en leur permettant de bénéficier d'aides multiples, notamment un trousseau scolaire gratuit au titre de chaque rentrée scolaire, une allocation spéciale au profit des élèves démunis au titre de chaque rentrée scolaire et un manuel scolaire ouvert au titre de chaque rentrée scolaire gratuite. Enfin, mon pays, l'Algérie, s'engage à généraliser dans les prochaines années l'enseignement préparatoire pour les enfants de 5 ans et à le développer pour les enfants de 3 à moins de 5 ans dans le but d'offrir une éducation gratuite, équitable, transparente à tous les enfants en coopération avec tous les organismes internationaux travaillant dans le domaine de l'éducation nationale. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. You highlighted not only the political will that is very strong in Algeria, but also adequate focus to looking at the quality issues. And then, of course, again, connecting very directly pre-primary education with the primary provision, and also looking at multiple different kinds of settings, whether it is through public schools, the Quranic schools, and also the private providers who are providing pre-primary education to be connected in this endeavor. Coming back to our host country, Rwanda, Mr. Munyama, Rwanda has set a high standard with the comprehensive early learning standards, as you explained to us, and also expanded ECE access. However, capacity building of caregivers in community-based centers is an area that needs further support. Can you share with us today what strategies or initiatives have been most effective in increasing enrollment and improving quality ECE in Rwanda? How have comprehensive early learning standards that you alluded to contributed to these outcomes, and what lessons can other countries learn from Rwanda's excellent experience in setting children on a path to success through improved early childhood education? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And also thank my previous VS presenters as some of the situation are similar. And talking about the standards, maybe I would like to start with the sharing that the practice at the level of policy, because it all starts with a bold and a localized policy. As my colleague from Cameroon talked about, in 2016, in Rwanda, the ECD services was also a privilege of a few, because we had actually 17% of children accessing the ECD services, and it was mainly in urban area. But the policy was bold enough to expand the services in terms of different settings. So in addition to school-based ECDs, which were the only access that we had, we have added the community-based ECD, which have been working where the churches have, actually it was a collaboration with the churches, but also work-based ECD in tea plantation or in a coffee plantation, where we have many actually mothers. We have to be honest in African, but also maybe somewhere else. Most of the care of the child, it's with the mother. We are working a lot on the main engagement, but that was the case. So having the community-based ECD, which works at the church level, at the work-based place, and also the home-based ECD. Home-based ECD, actually, it was that like 15 neighborhoods which are together, choosing one area where the student can be, where the children actually can meet, and one of the parents will be a volunteer. Of course, that will be continuously trained. That have helped us to increase the access from 17% I was talking about to 80%. So looking at the trend we are having, we are sure that the universal access will be achieved soon. But also in the policy, it's not also the thing about the access, but also the quality, because there have been a confusion that also preparing a child to go in pre-primary, it has to be comprehensive. And we have set 6 pillars which are important for the child to grow well, but also to study well, which are, of course, the early learning is one of the pillars, child protection, hygiene, health, and positive parenting actually is a big part of it. So starting from there, looking at the access which have increased, and the quality, what Diva was talking about, the standards. My colleague from Mali talked about the collaboration with different ministries, because also my institution, the institution I work for, the National Child Development Agency, following up the ECD implementation, is in the Ministry of Gender and Family Promotion. But we have worked with the Ministry of Education actually to standardize to harmonize the standards. It used to be having some standards done on this side, on the other side. So now we have worked on the harmonized ECD standards, which actually it's more realistic. Sometimes we put standards which are not going to be possible, maybe in a specific setting. Like for example, a home-based setting and a community-based setting will be different or to a center-based setting, but ensuring that the minimum of the services I talked about, they are there. So the harmonized ECD standards have been put in place and actually are being very helpful. In one of the priority of this 5-year, the National Strategy for Transformation, there is a target actually of we are having 35% of children accessing ECD at school-based ECD. We know school-based ECD, the infrastructure is more established, but also the training of teachers, it's very in a formal way, and they are on payroll. So there's a target to move from 35 and transforming most of the community-based into center or school-based, which actually is going to help in terms of the payroll, but also we have the school feeding will be also included, but also the capitation grant. So that is the harmonized standards will be very helpful. You're not going to be checking in one document and another document, but rather saying, this is what is missing, that's what we are upgrading to. But also, if you are a mother willing to have a home-based ECD, these are the standards. And the aim is more on helping people to achieve the standards, because we know we have the need and access. So the local government, we work together, we work NCDA, Ministry of Education, and our line ministry, we work in coordinating and making sure that everyone is aiming at that. When I talk about that, it's like Ministry of Health, which is actually guiding the community health workers, will be assigning them or telling them that whenever we are having a screening or vitamin supplementation, they have immediate linkage with each settings. Actually to be more comprehensive on the health side, but also if there are some nutrition education that can be done at that setting. So that heuristic way, it's very helpful, and we work on the coordinating different sectors. So the monitoring we talked about, but also one of the challenge we saw is about the training of caregivers in those settings. If you're having a volunteer, now we have set the standards. Home-based ECD, you should be having this level of education. But also we are working with our partners in making sure that we come up with a professional training which can put them at the level. So when they harmonize the standards, we have worked with Ministry of Education, but also UNICEF. We are working with World Bank for the standards, the European Union, the Catholic Relief Services, and the others. So now one of the priority is on the workforce development at the community level, where we're looking also at a care economy, because at the end of the day, some of the people can make a living in that if we are professionalizing it. So in summary, that what I would be saying that we would be happy to share. The ELDS, I talked already about it, which helps us actually to see if the child is at this level, 3 years, he should be able to do this physically, cognitively, and we put the device for the caregiver or the parents, what should be done, and the referral path that could be done, but also the supportive activities that someone can do to stimulate the growth of the child. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Munyamana. Indeed, 17% to 80% in less than 10 years is very, very inspiring. And your broad vision of looking not only at a national strategy, which is looking at diverse settings in which we can provide the right support to children and families, but also looking at how ultimately the whole system can be harmonized and following the standards as well as the moving community-based to school-based provision eventually, so that everybody can have, all children can have that quality provision, is indeed very, very inspiring. And we continue to look forward to working with you and learning from that experience. Let me now turn to our very enthusiastic youth advocate, Melody Ingabire. Youth advocacy is a powerful force of change, particularly in early learning spaces. How youth-led initiatives like those of the Care and Help Child organization that you work with mobilize communities to recognize the importance of early childhood education in Rwanda? And what specific support do you as a youth champion seek from donors, governments, and decision makers to accelerate progress? Do tell us what you think about that. Thank you. Over to you.
Can you hear me? Perfect. Thank you for the question. I think we've really had quite some good information from my co-panelists. From the youth perspective, I think what youth really bring to the table is one, the enthusiasm, the energy, the skills, the relatability with actual communities that they live in day to day. And they're not so far removed from the early childhood stage. So we really understand some of the challenges that are met by our teachers and challenges that are met by children and parents themselves. So what Care and Help does, I think I should start there. We started really with providing resources for specifically for students, early years all the way through to secondary school. But at that time, we really started with early years from pre-K all the way to primary. And we're providing scholastic materials, we're providing uniforms, and in some instances, we're providing school fees. The communities we really worked in are vulnerable communities. So they can be rural or even based in the city, but they face challenges that most of the times come from the home. So you find that parents are not in stable jobs, so they're not able to provide certain materials for their children, or they're not even able to take their children to centers where they can really get quality education and quality early years education. That time of the earlier period really, really makes a difference. It works on motor skills, on memory and vision. This really skyrockets a child's potential in terms of following education in secondary and even higher education, be it in universities or any other technical skills. So when you miss that crucial point, you find that children are they find themselves in situations where they don't have skills, or they're lagging behind when they join their mates in primary and in secondary. They're lagging behind in literacy, in numeracy, and even communication and social skills. So what we found ourselves doing is really raising awareness in community-centric campaigns. Those campaigns have really, really helped us to connect with educators and parents to really see the gaps that are there and how we can address those gaps. We are still lacking in having a central system where we can share as youth advocates on different issues. And we're lacking some connectivity to the government, although we have really, really seen an increase in training and awareness campaigns that really target advocates by the government. So we're hoping that those gaps can be bridged by the government and the private sector. The other thing that we have really, really been looking into is building engagement through relatable role models. Every community has its issues, its challenges, but they also have a type of person and connectivity that they are looking for, depending on their challenges, their background, education, and language skills. So a community, for example, in Rwanda, can need someone who speaks Kinyarwanda and English and French. And when we are lacking that connectivity, we find ourselves in a situation where we're just providing what we have, but not providing what is necessary. So by looking to role models, other youth advocates within the communities that we work in has really helped in terms of reaching parents, reaching young children, and even encouraging them to come to campaigns or trainings that we run. The other thing is, the third thing to mention would be partnering with local leaders and families. That has really, really made a difference in what we do. Partnering with local leaders means that we have a connectivity to government, and they are aware of what is already being done in communities. And because they are aware of what is being done in the communities already, they can allow us to work on specific gaps and direct us to specific roles and gaps to fill. Working with families, working with parents has really, really amplified the gap of family work and training beyond just educators. Children are at school during the day, but they go home after school. That time period they spend with their parents is very crucial. It's what indicates how they communicate with their fellow students at home, at school, how they relate with their educators, and so on and so forth. So the ADEA's bit also must it's a split period where children spend a lot of time at home with their parents, and they also start seeing educators. So the parents really have a big role to play. We have seen campaigns that have been running in Rwanda specifically that encourage play-based education for children. Play-based education can happen at home and it can happen in school. But if it's carried out at home, the child will have an accelerated learning, and they will be much more efficient in the way they pick up skills at school, in the way their motor skills are used. And that gap between parents and teachers really, once narrowed down, helps the children to soar and really be able to capture education both at home and in school. So what are we asking for as youth advocates? I think number one, we're asking for partnership with government. For the training, I've had a few remarks from my co-panelists. For training not to be just given to the educators, but for training to be also given a route to travel all the way to youth advocates and other advocates, because we're not just youth. Advocates are we're a large group and we come in different types, but youth advocacy is really important. We'd like to have those trainings because we are in the community, we work with parents, we work with caregivers, and it would be fantastic to have those skills so that we can help you in addressing the issues that we face. The other thing we are asking from government is to see at least a rise of up to 15% of the education budget to go towards early learning, early childhood education. I don't think this is a really high percentage to ask for. It's really, really important, and we can see what it does and the impact it has on society in work and in other many other areas as children grow up and in adulthood. The other thing I would say we ask from government is funding. This is to government and also the private sector. We face a lot of challenges with funding, and we'd like to be partners running alongside you to strengthen your activities in communities. If we are to get the funding that is necessary, we really direct it straight to the communities that you're working with, and we direct it beyond that. For example, we've been working on a more sustainable ecosystem, working with parents in terms of providing jobs, and which means if we provide jobs, they have money and funds to send their children to school and funds to actually put their children in activities beyond school. And we're asking that of government and the private sector, because these are the young people who are coming back to work in your offices in just a few years. And lastly, we are asking for communities and CSOs to be willing to work with young advocacy communities. We are asking them to really look at us as a bridge between them, the private sector, and government. We are asking that we are a part of community meetings, we are a part of community resolutions, and we are really asked to put our potential where it matters most. That's it.
Thank you very much, Melody, for your very clear and bold iteration. And specifically, we hear you on all the asks that you have made, particularly with regards to the training, the education budget, the funding gaps, and indeed the connectivity that you highlighted at different levels that is required. So colleagues, we have heard from the leaders of tomorrow to the leaders of today. And what a rich panel this has been with insightful ways of moving forward to scale up our quality ECE provision for all children. Before we conclude the panel discussion, I'd like to engage in a lightning round now, where I would request each of our government colleagues to speak for 30 seconds and respond to the question, what is that one key game-changing action for school readiness that you would like to promote in the lead up to 2030 for your country? We can start in any order. Whoever is ready, we can go first. You will have 30 seconds, so please go ahead. Please.
Okay. Okay. Ok, merci beaucoup. Je voudrais prendre la parole pour le compte du Cameroun et préciser que s'il y avait une seule chose à faire dans le sens de l'accélération de la préscolarisation des enfants, au Cameroun, nous dirons simplement qu'on nous accompagne dans l'initiative de préscolarisation à base de l'institution de la classe 0 dans toutes les écoles primaires publiques qui sont en zone rurale. Parce que la grande fracture a été observée au niveau rural. Et nous avons la conviction qu'en capitalisant sur l'existant, parce que ces écoles existent déjà, et en disant que dans chaque école, on pourrait prendre une ou deux salles de classe qu'on attribuerait uniquement à l'offre préscolaire, ce serait une bonne chose. Nous allons parvenir à couvrir totalement le pays en offre préscolaire. Or, pour mieux y parvenir, il nous faut deux leviers. Le levier de l'accès, c'est déjà la stratégie qui a été choisie, mais il y a également le levier de la pertinence et de la qualité qu'il faudra appuyer. Le levier de la pertinence et de la qualité va nécessairement nous amener à relever certains défis. Le défi curriculaire, il va falloir développer un curriculum pour 1 an parce que l'idée est d'assurer un cycle préscolaire obligatoire pour 1 an au minimum pour chaque enfant de notre pays. Il faudra appuyer le levier de la formation. Et là-bas, nous sommes déjà à pied d'œuvre. La formation initiale d'abord. Cette année, même le président de la République du Cameroun a pris un décret qui réforme les écoles normales d'instituteurs. Et dans ce décret, il a instruit que désormais, il y ait une spécialisation pour l'enseignement préscolaire. Nous pensons que c'est un levier important qui fera que désormais, le phénomène de primérisation des écoles préscolaires n'existe plus chez nous parce qu'à l'heure actuelle, on a des enseignants qui transforment les écoles préscolaires en écoles primaires au niveau des enseignements. Il va falloir également appuyer sur le levier de la formation continue. Les enseignants qui existent aujourd'hui ont besoin d'être renforcés au niveau de leurs capacités pour qu'ils sachent véritablement donner une éducation préscolaire pertinente qui puisse constituer des assises solides pour la scolarisation au niveau primaire. Il faudrait également appuyer sur le levier de la transformation de l'environnement scolaire. Aujourd'hui, les écoles primaires ont été conçues pour être des écoles primaires et décider d'apporter là-bas des aménagements en termes de classe 0 va nécessiter que ces classes-là puissent avoir le mobilier qui va avec, les décorations qui vont avec et également des aires de jeu qui vont avec parce que ces enfants devront se sentir à l'aise dans leur univers préscolaire. Voilà un peu ce que je peux dire à l'adresse des bailleurs de fonds qui sont là. Au niveau budgétaire, le Cameroun a déjà pris une provision de 30 milliards pour l'année 2025 allouée uniquement à la mise en place de l'offre préscolaire dans le sens que nous indiquons. Nous souhaiterions que les partenaires viennent nous appuyer davantage pour qu'on puisse réussir cette réforme et cette stratégie. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for that. Public schools to be the main conduit for expansion and with all the inputs that are required to make it a really quality and effective provision. Who would like to go next? Madam Grace, how about you?
Right. For Malawi, the key game-changing actions will mainly focus on the teachers. We'll make sure that all teachers that are already teaching in the infant section of the primary have been given training for ECE. And also we'll make sure that the pre-service training of teachers, issues of ECE are included, so that when teachers are coming out of college or universities, they are already dosaged with ECE. So in that way, they'll be able to deliver better. And also we'll also make sure that the teaching and learning materials are mainly coming from locally available materials, like the playing outdoor materials for EC learners. We can use locally available materials like the swing, the seesaws. Those can be done by communities locally, just to make sure that it's cost effective. We may not be able to procure everything, but if we use locally available teaching and learning materials, we are going to expand, and we can implement in a more effective and less to be cost effective manner. So these are mainly the issues, and also community engagement, just to make sure that the provision, the learning environment is better. Already communities are engaged in ECD in terms of provision of food and everything. So we'll make sure that community involvement is very strong. Thank you.
So indeed, the experience of the child is determined by the teacher in the classroom, and who also engages with the parents. So yes, training is super important. Mr. Mohammed, shall we go to you next?
D'abord, permettez-moi, madame, de répondre en arabe, et après je vais faire la traduction, si vous permettez, bien sûr. في إطار تنفيذ الاستراتيجية الوطنية لقطاع التربية الوطنية بالجزائر 2016-2030، قامت بلدي الجزائر بوضع نوعين من الأهداف، أهداف ذات نوع كمي وأهداف ذات نوع كيفي. فيما يخص الأهداف ذات النوع الكمي، تتمثل في التكفل بجميع طلبات التسجيل في التربية التحضيرية، آخذين بعين الاعتبار بعض العوائق المتمثلة في البعد والمساحة، لأنه كما تعلمون الجزائر هي أكبر بلد إفريقي من حيث المساحة وتعتبر قارة. وبالرغم من هذا استطعنا بعنوان الدخول المدرسي 2024 التكفل بجميع الطلبات متمثلة في طلبات التسجيل في التحضيري. ولهذا يمكن اعتبار أنه بالنسبة للأهداف ذات النوع الكمي تم التكفل بها بعنوان هذه السنة. بقية الأهداف ذات التكفل ذات النوع الكيفي والمتمثلة في نوعية التعليم تتمثل في نقطتين أساسيتين. النقطة الأولى تتعلق ببرنامج دراسي خاص بالتربية التحضيرية مكيف حسب سنوات الأطفال المتمدرسين في التربية التحضيرية، وهذا ما يتم إنجازه، وخلال سنة 2030 سوف يتم وضعه حيز التنفيذ. أيضا النقطة الثانية والمتمثلة في إعداد أو تكوين أستاذ خاص في التربية التحضيرية، لأنه حاليا تعتبر التربية التحضيرية إن صح القول هي المنافس للتربية العادية، لأنه نحن بصدد استعمال جميع الموارد المادية والمالية الموجودة في التربية العادية من أجل التكفل بالتربية التحضيرية، على أن يتم خلال سنة 2030 تكفل بالتربية التحضيرية عن طريق أستاذ متخصص في التربية التحضيرية. Merci. Donc je vais faire la traduction. Dans le cadre de la stratégie nationale de l'éducation nationale 2016-2030, l'Algérie a fixé deux types d'objectifs. Des objectifs d'ordre quantitatif et des objectifs d'ordre qualitatif. Concernant les objectifs d'ordre quantitatif, il y a 2 points. Il y a un point plutôt. Le point qui concerne la prise en charge de toutes les demandes des parents pour inscrire leur enfant en préscolaire. On peut dire que pour cette année scolaire 2024-2025, on les atteint. On a réussi à prendre en charge toutes les demandes d'inscription en préscolaire, sachant que il y a des contraintes d'ordre financier et des contraintes d'ordre de distance. Et comme vous le savez, l'Algérie, c'est le premier pays en Afrique en termes de superficie. Et donc, prendre en charge l'inscription des élèves qui sont dans les zones éloignées, enclavées, c'est pas difficile. Et malgré ça, on a réussi de prendre en charge toutes les demandes d'inscription en préscolaire. Ça veut dire, on peut dire que l'enseignement préparatoire pour les enfants âgés de 5 ans est pris en charge et généralisé au titre de cette année scolaire. Et concernant les objectifs d'ordre qualitatif, s'il y a 2 points. Le premier point, un dispositif de formation pour former des enseignants et des professeurs spécialisés en préscolaire. On est en train de mettre ce type de formation. Et le deuxième point, c'est un programme spécial adapté aux âges des enfants scolarisés en préscolaire. Donc, c'est 2 points et c'est 2 objectifs à atteindre d'ici 2030. Merci.
Thank you very much. And again, a national strategy to take these 2 initiatives forward, qualitatively and quantitatively, is indeed very inspiring. So, Mr. Gilbert, you have the last word.
Living melody. And 30 seconds, 3 points. Quickly, I would say first, holistic approach. Because when we working on early childhood development, childhood education, we should be looking what is the profile of a child we want in future at different stages. And actually we have a multi-sectoral approach to help that child in different angles to achieve. Second, partnership and localization. I'll start with localization. My colleague from Malawi talked about it. Let's use what we have, starting with what we have. And we continue partnering in different areas, expand it. My colleague Melody talked about it, partnering with youth. We are having a big number of youth who are unemployed, actually working on the care economy, serve the children to grow better. And lastly, a supportive monitoring and evaluation. We talked about monitoring. Yes, monitoring not to go and close the ECD, but try to help the ECD actually to grow. Of course, there are some levels, some standards which you cannot go below, but the standards which can be improved, we become more supportive in our monitoring. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this wonderful panel. We couldn't be more precise and concise and clear and bold on the asks that we want to see us take us forward. At this point, I would like to invite my colleague from the World Bank, Saima Malik, to please give us the concluding remarks for this session.
Thank you, everyone. We are really running over time, so I will make my concluding remarks extremely short. First, I'd like to thank the speakers from Rwanda, Malawi, Cameroon, and Algeria. Thank you so much for being here today. I think it's been really useful for all of us to hear from your experiences. And what I'd like to do is just quickly mention 4 points. I had 8, but I cut down to 4 because we are very delayed, that I've pulled out from the experiences shared by our speakers this morning. So point number 1, in terms of provision of early childhood care, development, and education, we must have a clearly defined, explicit plan in place. This is something we have to be really purposeful about in order to ensure that things are successful in that sector. Number 2, know how much this will cost in your country. We have our colleague from Malawi who talked about the analysis that they did to have a clear sense of the costs that a plan would entail. So ensure that you know how much this costs so that you can advocate for funding in your context. Number three, ensure a multi-sectoral and holistic approach. I think we had a couple of colleagues this morning who spoke about the fact that early childhood care and development and education is not something that any one ministry should be doing in isolation. You must ensure that you are looking across sectors, across the different ministries: education, gender, finance, water, local planning. You work together towards early childhood in order for it to be successful, plus the private sector. Bring the private sector on board. And then finally, it is important to have harmonized standards for early childhood, regardless of the setting of the early childhood, whether early childhood is taking place in someone's home, in communities, whether it's taking place in centers, whether it's taking place in public schools. Having harmonized standards that can be adapted is extremely important. I know we heard that experience from our colleague here in Rwanda. Those are the 4 key points that I'd like to mention. In the interest of time, I will wrap up here. And I, again, would like to wholeheartedly thank our colleagues for this very, very informational and excellent panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Saima. That was wonderful. We do have one final intervention from Melody in 10 seconds. If you could make your point, please.
I thought I should quickly mention disability. That's something we really missed out. Accessibility in ECE is really, really important. And we are lacking in Rwanda. I don't know where elsewhere, but in Rwanda, we're lacking in terms of diagnosis, mapping, and in terms of follow through and how teachers should deal with it, as well as how parents should deal with it once a child is diagnosed.
Excellent point, and definitely one that should be also at the center of our attention. So ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of this session. Thank you so much for attending in such large numbers. We are really delighted to have you here, and we look forward to taking this initiative forward with all your participation and support. A big hand of applause to everyone who's participated in this. We just want to close with a photograph of the panelist, and Haugen, do come up and join us here. And after that, we will move to the next session. While Haugen is coming up and we're getting ready for the photo, Sama will tell us what will happen in this room after we leave.
Thank you so much, Divya. Quick notification. So in this room, we in fact have our next presenters ready to set up. We'll be discussing high impact teaching and what that looks like. And then in the room next door is also a very interesting session on teaching and learning materials. So please select the next session. I believe it's the last session for the day before we have our closing in the same room here. Thank you so much.
keeping it simple. At the same time, we are asking teachers to do so many things. I've heard in the last 2 days, I've heard people talking about differentiated instruction and assessment and some aspects of like social emotional learning, all these different things that we wish teachers and we hope that teachers will be able to do in their classroom, as well as teaching the basic skills of reading and mathematics. And what we're going to be presenting during this session is some resources that were developed under a Science of Teaching grant funded by the Gates Foundation that focuses on really focusing on high impact teaching strategies, a set of high impact teaching strategies that are evidence-based, that can be most impactful for student learning, while also recognizing we need to help teachers where they are. So these resources are aimed to sort of really focus in on high impact teaching strategies and also looking at supporting teachers where they are to improve along these practices. So next slide. Thank you. So just a brief background about Science of Teaching. As I mentioned, this was a grant funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And as you can see here, the objective is to provide data, evidence, and innovation to improve foundational literacy and numeracy in sub-Saharan Africa and Asia. And there are 3 main focus areas of this work. Synthesizing or compiling evidence about what works and sharing that out. And that's part of what these high impact teaching strategy guides we're going to be talking about today come from, as well as generating new evidence. We've been funding a number of different research studies in different areas of FLN, and then disseminating this information out, as well as technical assistance. We also have a technical assistance fund where we can help different organizations who are working to implement FLN on a very small scale, or the TA is very small. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Lydia, who's going to help us to really understand what are the high impact teaching strategies and what are the resources that have been developed under Science of Teaching.
I think it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The teacher in me says you are not paying attention. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, colleagues. Okay. Thank you, Wendy. Can we have the next slide? Now, for purposes of our understanding the high impact teaching strategies, we are going to use a particular one. We have distributed some hard copies on the tables. There's some French and there's some English, but you can also use the link that was on the previous slide. So we will be showing it again. So the high impact teaching strategies, if you go to the website, might also be called the high leverage teaching strategies. And they have been identified, as my colleague has said, through many research studies and reviews. So using the studies and reviews that had been already carried out, we were given the opportunity to develop some mini guides for literacy and numeracy for that teachers could use for the lower guides. So when they are focusing on a particular high impact teaching strategy. Now these mini guides are arranged according to 5 domains. We chose 5 domains out of a range of about 8. And some of the mini guides are talking to both literacy and numeracy in one. So the one on learning environment is developed jointly for both literacy and numeracy. Then we have one on student engagement, which is also developed jointly for literacy and numeracy. Then we have individual ones for assessment-informed instruction. That one has 2, a separate one for literacy and numeracy. Then we have knowledge progression and connections. And the last one is instructional approach. Next slide, please. Now, for this workshop, we are going to look at the mini guide on student engagement to help us understand a little more deeply what we mean by the high impact teaching strategies. Now, each of the mini guides is arranged in such a way that it has an introduction and a section that says how to use this guide. I am going to only do a bit of detail where I think people need to understand because we are running behind time. Can we have the next slide, please? Now, each mini guide has this table. It is similar in all the guides. And this table gives us that we arranged 3 tiers. We developed 3 tiers, like for the lowest level of a teacher, then the medium level teacher, and then the teacher who is a high performer. And going by these basic strategies that we developed, the teacher might decide that, I'm doing well in this strategy, so I will not waste a lot of time. The teacher or the coach or the head teacher, it might be an inspector going in and then they see that a teacher needs support in a certain area. So in my country, we call the teacher coaches CCTs. And CCT is the person who supports the teacher continuously on professional development. I think there are different names from where you come from, but whoever goes in to coach the teacher, maybe the CCT, the pedagogical coach, maybe the inspector, maybe the head teacher, maybe a section lead, because in some countries we have section heads for lower primary or, yeah, but since this is lower primary, yes, we have a section head for lower primary. So even the section head for lower primary might look at these tiers and then decide that I am going to support my teachers in a particular tier. Can we have the next slide to help us understand the tiers even better? So the teacher does a self-assessment if the teacher is using the guide on their own, or the coach can assess the teacher. And we have suggested strategies that the coach can use to assess the teacher. And please note that, I'm not seeing that very clearly. I'm going to have to open it. Sorry, this is about age and eyes. So my old age does not allow me to read that very clearly. So I'll use my computer so that I can zoom. So I was, in each of the mini guides, we have provided a decision-making tree. Now, this decision-making tree helps the teacher or the coach to gauge. So some teachers will be at different levels. Some of them are very, very good in certain strategies, and they are not so good in others. So the teacher looks at this decision-making tree, the teacher, the coach, the CCT, whatever you call them from wherever you come from, or the inspector, looks at this decision-making tree, and they make a decision giving, depending on what they've seen the teacher do, because if they are a CCT, a coach, or whatever, they'll have to observe the teacher teaching. But if it is the teacher themselves, then they'll be able to read this decision tree and see where it is they need support or where they need more work. Because sometimes you just need to work more in a certain area, or maybe consult a peer in a learning community or something like that. So the teacher can decide on their own, or the coach can decide in which area to support the teacher. So therefore we have the decision-making tree. Each guide has a decision tree, and it gives us strategies that, it gives us guiding questions for both literacy and numeracy. Now, please note that the STEM says teachers can discuss the following questions. We are saying can, therefore this is not all that the teacher can do. They might discuss other questions. We have suggested some, but they might come up with other areas in which they want to think about in a particular tier. So that the decision tree guides the teacher on what to think about if they are at a basic level, on what to consider if they are at a medium level, what we have called tiers. We have tier 1, 2, and 3. So that the decision tree guides the teacher to see where they are at the different tiers, and therefore they decide where to seek help, whether from a peer, from a coach, by reading online, all these things we've been talking about, EdTech and whatever. The teacher can go there to seek help. If they think they are doing okay at a particular tier, then they can move on to another. And at a certain point, you might have thought that you're doing well, Let's say, I'm going to give an example of literacy. You might have thought that you were doing very well and your students were, you had done enough practice in a particular letter sound, but then you go to the class and the students are really struggling, and then you realize that maybe you didn't do it well. So you go back and look at what is suggested at a particular tier. Next slide, please, for the audience as old woman goes to her computer. So we have a tiered strategy that has tier 1 and 2 are at the basic level. Strategy 1 and 2 are at tier 1. Then strategy 3 and 4 are at medium level. Then strategy 5 and 6 are at tier 3, the highest performing teacher. But as I said before, we said that teacher can, therefore they can also do other things. These questions are not, they are not like a Bible or a Quran. The teacher can add or take away from them. So now we are going to use the student engagement. The copies that we have distributed at the tables are all about student engagement. And that is where we are going to, those are the ones we are going to use to understand this even better. If you turn to that copy that you have, we have chosen strategy 2 in student engagement, which says providing opportunities for regular independent practice of new content. Can we have the next slide, please? Okay. So if you look at our table there, you'll notice that in literacy, we chose an example of writing a lowercase letter. In numeracy, we chose an example of characteristics of different shapes. I will stick to the literacy example. In all staff rooms, it is said that all teachers of language failed mathematics. So I don't want to risk and be a failure in front of you. So I'll stick to the literacy examples, but all the mini guides provide examples for both literacy and numeracy. So we have our examples there. So the teacher models, and as you talk to as you use these mini guides to support the teacher, please remind the teacher that every time they model, they must be facing the same direction as the learner. Otherwise, the teacher might model the letter B and the learners write D. Because if the teacher is not facing the same direction, there is a mirror effect, and the learners might write wrong. And if the teacher is in a bad mood, then the classroom environment might get a few slaps here or knocks on the head. So the teacher has to face the same direction as the learners. That one is not there, that's why I'm mentioning it. So you guide the learners, you have to spend some time demonstrating. So if it is not, if the teacher is not sure, or maybe is a beginning teacher, this means that the teacher must practice before they come to the lesson. So you do what we call I do. You demonstrate and make sure that all the learners are following, facing the right direction. If it is letter sounds, that means you have to say it clearly and slowly if possible, so that the learners actually hear what it is that you are saying. And then you have to create room for practice in what we call the we do. So you do with the learners. They are modeling together with you. But then you have to get to the level where the learners are now doing on their own. You remember I think it was the fireside talk that Ben led yesterday, he talked about the importance of practice. Now, literacy is a skill. If the teacher does and learners don't do, there will not have been effective teaching. If they do not get to the level of doing the practice, then that means there is a gap. You cannot write for me and then you say you taught me how to write. There are many classrooms that I have observed. The teacher reads a passage and says they have taught reading. I think they will have taught listening if they read aloud to the learners. If the learners do not do, if they don't practice, please understand that the teaching continuum will not be complete. The learners have to get to the level of practice. And I believe this is true even for other subjects, but literacy is a skill. So the skill has to be practiced in order to be developed. So you have to get to that level of independent practice. And at independent practice, let us encourage teachers as kindly as we can, because we know our teachers are already stressed by so many other problems. Let us encourage them as kindly as we can to go around supporting the learners, because sometimes teachers give learners activities for independent practice, then they breastfeed the baby where I come from, or they mark the books, and then the children do what their young minds tell them to do. It will not normally be the practice that the teacher expects. So the teacher has to go around supporting, but also another reason why the teacher must go around practicing is that somebody else might be able to write that letter quickly, but Lydia might struggle. So I might need, I've seen some early ECD teachers actually even holding the child's hand. They are very patient, those colleagues of ours. That's why we also need to be patient with them. So the teacher needs to move around to check that the learner is with them. If it is not writing and it is reading, that's why Ben was talking about the pointing. Don't assume that because the neighbor is reading, this child is also reading. You must actually be intentional in checking whether learners are actually tracking, that they are following the text the way the text is on the page, because sometimes learners point and their finger goes to the end of the sentence, but they are still reading the second word. So they might be reciting, they crammed something and you assume that they are reading. So you have to give that chance for I do, but then monitor what they are doing and then give feedback that will help those that are struggling to improve. Next slide, please. So this is strategy 4, which is about deepening, using questioning and understanding or applying content. Questions, we want to use questions. There are different kinds of questions. We all know the WH words, and how is one of them. The what, when, where, and how is one of them. But the teacher must intentionally use these questions, to get students thinking about the content, so that they shouldn't learn by rote. They should be given a chance to think through what they are saying and come up with meaningful learning. So there must be planning. You have to determine in advance. We have to determine in advance. So that is why teachers, we have lesson plans. So we have to determine some questions that we will use to help learners understand the skill. And so if you are, we used an example of blending here. So you would have to select the letters and the rhyme. The other part that is similar in all those words is called rhyme. So you have to select the letter sounds and the rhyme that you're going to use. You have to prepare some materials. And yes, our teachers are constrained, they might complain, but as their coaches, as their supervisors, the onus lies with us to create circumstances in which they can generate learning materials together. And we can involve the community. Shopkeepers will give you boxes. I've seen it happening. They'll give you boxes of where they've sold soap or milk, and the teachers can cut learning materials out of these. So we can begin with the resources right where we are. Let us not think of the expensive things, but we can use the things that are more available to us and that are not overly expensive. And then we need to organize students into pairs or small groups, but also give individual work. Somebody talked, I think on Monday, there was something about in some of our classes, collaborative learning is about sharing a textbook. So collaborative learning must go beyond sharing a textbook. We are developing certain skills by putting these learners in groups. Some of them have skills that others do not. Some of them do not even know how to share. So we are developing academic skills, but also social, emotional learning skills in that group work. So let us be intentional and make sure that these learners are learning together. They must be learning together, not just sharing the textbook, because we do not have more textbooks. Fortunately, many governments here have pledged and they have said that their learners will have more textbooks. So hopefully that will no longer be a problem over time. But there must be an activity that learners need to consult with each other and come up with solutions together. Okay.
It's not good.
So sorry, I jumped ahead of myself. But so every strategy that you work on with the teachers must guide them on how to plan to use that strategy. Teachers need actual help, and we need to go by stages. Sometimes as a coach, you go in when you're up here and you actually assume the teacher is also at the same level. So let us help them to think through the planning process. The teacher must know their class. The teacher today might not know her class because this class is, learners have been, they've been dodging school and they've come today. So the teacher today might struggle a bit there, but a regular teacher knows her class. So you make materials. If you make a few materials every day, eventually you will have enough materials to go around your class, even if not at individual level, but for pairs or even for groups. So you must review your class rota and place students in levels. Sometimes it's necessary to place students with learners who are at the same level with them. Because sometimes when you place us with people who are more academically empowered than us, they just take over the group work and do it. And we are happy to sit back and let them do. This happens even in universities. You remember when you were given group work and it was to be a group mark. There's always that student who does the work and sometimes the rest of us. In my time, that kind of thing wasn't there, but these days there's more and more of that kind of learning. In my time, you had to do your essay on your own. But so you must be intentional and make sure that the way that you have grouped your learners is going to help them to learn together. So the levels will be important. So you also assign students to groups by skill level. By skill level. So if you're teaching letter sounds and you put us in a group where nobody knows any letter sound, you might need to spend a lot of time in our group. While if you put one, if there are some peer learners who know something, you give them some help, they'll be able to coach the others. But sometimes it's important to put learners with peers that are at their level. So as a teacher, you have to consciously think about all these things. The teacher has to be able to consciously think about all this grouping as they assign students to groups. It's not just this group, that group, turn to your neighbor. Sometimes you have to be more conscious, more intentional in the way you assign the groups. And sometimes, yes, you will assign stronger students the role of peer mentor. And then, allowing students to ask questions is very, very important. Teachers normally come with, I think with written learners, and then we ask, any question? No. Have you understood? Yes. That is a regular response in many classrooms. So we have to phrase this question a different way. I remember one of my teachers, I was one of those learners who liked putting up my hand a lot. So if I realized that the teacher was going to choose K-dress, you can see the teacher's eyes. Okay, now she has decided she's choosing K-dress. When she's beginning to say K, I would put up my hand. Sometimes I didn't know the answer. So the teacher came back to me after her answering. Then I would say, she gave my answer. Then one day my teacher said, give it again. And I had not been that attentive. So it made me to be more attentive the next time. So teachers must be intentional. These chorus questions of have you understood? And everybody says yes. You have to ask somebody to tell you what they have understood so that you actually check if there was understanding. I have gone to a few classrooms where the teacher has said, my learners can read, but they do not understand. There is a gap. There is a gap. The end point of reading is comprehension. So if there is no understanding, that means there is something that the teacher is not doing. And then sometimes you will have homogeneous group activities, but sometimes you will have individual activities because you are intentionally checking that the learners are following you. So we need to guide teachers on how to go through these different stages of learning so that all the learners can learn. Some of us can learn. Once the teacher stands there and talks, our brains are wired that way. Some of us We need a how question. We need what do you mean? How else can you say this? So teachers have to be guided on how to think of all the activities. And it is good for them to have different activities in one lesson, not just a what question. If all your activities are just asking for what, then the learners may not be thinking a lot. But if they are given a how activity, do this, then maybe their brains will be enabled to think. And this, of course, at strategy 6, we are at the highest level. And so the learners are also at high level activities. So here, students may even be, they may know the why of the assignment. They may be able to extend the assignment. Sometimes you may need to, you may find ways of extending the assignment outside class. Learners can go home and even look for more answers inside in their homes or something. For example, if we were reading a story of 3 lines in a primary 1 classroom or an ECD class, and the focus of my story was maybe the sound I might tell them to go home and talk to their parents, and they come back with words from their home environment that maybe begin with sound or whatever sound my focus is. So monitoring is important. Monitoring is important. It is important for you to guide learners throughout, but also monitor that what you guided them to do is actually what it is that they are doing. And then if they need additional support, in my primary school, I remember my teacher saying, you didn't learn this word well. Like if you were saying house instead of house, the teacher would say, go to the mango tree down in the field and practice. And the young children that we thought the teacher was actually checking. Under the tree, we would go and we were so... You remember when you're young, you want to please the teacher. You think the teacher is a god, they know everything. So we would go there and practice, and we would actually come back and report that we went to the tree and practiced. But I don't think the teacher followed us to the tree. In retrospect, I realized we were just young children wanting to do what the teacher had asked us to do. So it is important for you to check. It is important for you to check or develop strategies by which the learners think that you are checking, and then give them feedback. Give them feedback so that they actually know. So even if you didn't check, but you told me to go and say house 50 times, when we come back to class, please ask me again. Did you practice? Of course, I will say yes, even if I didn't. So you say, now say the word. If I say house again, then the teacher has an idea that maybe I didn't do that 50 times that they asked me to. So we have to be following up the learners and giving additional support where possible. And if you give a young child the role of a mentor, you turn me into a teacher. You're probably making a teacher out of me. I'm probably standing here as a teacher because somebody turned me into a teacher in P5. I was given that role. Can we have the next slide, please? Now, this is what we are going to do. We are going, there are a few colleagues that I talked to already, but can we have some people filling these 2 tables at the front? We are going to have a simulation. The rest of you are going to follow the lesson. I hope my voice will be loud enough. Right now I'm speaking softly, by the way. So, yes. If we talked to you already, please come to the front, but we want a few more colleagues to join these 2 tables. We are going to have a mini lesson so that you can see how these strategies can actually play out in the classroom. And Wendy is going to explain. Can we have the next slide so that Wendy explains what the rest of us will be doing?
So those who are observing, well, she organizes some of the students to get ready for the class. You have some handouts on the table. There's some English and some French. There's not so many, but if you use this QR code on the website, all of the different domains have a mini guide. So she already mentioned a lot about student engagement. She actually was mentioning some of the assessment informed instruction domain as well, in terms of the monitoring and the following up. And there are all of the different domains are linked on this website. But also, if you can forward. Next slide. I put the QR code on each so you don't get behind it, you don't lose it. So while there you are watching the demonstration, those who are not students, you could be thinking about, you know, what do you see her doing? Do you see any of the domains or tiers in action in the lesson? So that's something to be thinking about and watching for as she's doing the demonstration. And I think I'm going to join as a student.
Volunteers, maybe 2, 3 more. It would be good if we had a few more classmates, okay? A few more. Can I have a gentleman joining that group, maybe? This is not going to, it's not going to be a difficult lesson, so do not shy away from being a learner. Sorry? No, you won't. No, one was encouragement. Assessment. The assessment, the rating. So at the beginning of the lesson, you're taking to each other. Okay, we are starting now. Okay, good afternoon, class. Okay, clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. Okay, good afternoon, class. Okay. Now, I want to remind you that because our lessons are short and we have a lot of learning to do, if I ask you to clap when somebody has given a correct answer, just do it once, like that. Okay, let's try together. Just that once, so that we do not spend a lot of time on the clapping. Thank you. So, we have been learning letter sounds, and we have been learning how to blend sounds to read words. Now, I want somebody to remind me, what is the sound of this letter? Okay. She said pa. I want somebody else to try. Yes. Poo. That's another trial. Anybody else ready to try? P. Okay. All of you have tried, and in everything that you have said, there is something that is similar to the sound of this letter. She said pa. That is a combination of 2 letters. She said poo. That is another combination of 2 letters. And she said P, which is the letter name of this letter. But remember, we read using letter sounds. Can we say that together? We read using letter sounds. And we have been learning these sounds. But probably because it is, you're just coming from the weekend, you could not remember the sound of this letter. So now this is what I am going to do. Your learners, remember, you're not adults, okay? This is what I am going to do. I am going to tell you again the sound of this letter, and we will say it together, and then we will practice it again, okay? Listen, everyone. Are we all listening? But John is writing. Please put your pen down and listen. When it is time to listen to the teacher, we put our pens down and look at the teacher. Now, you're going to need to watch even the way my lips are formed. Remember, we said that if you hear yourself putting a vowel sound together with the consonant, then you are forming a syllable. You have gone away from the letter, unless it is that vowel. So, look at me and listen to me. The sound of this letter is P. P. Can we all form our lips? Let's first do P. P. Make sure you don't say pa. It has to be just that popping sound, okay? Okay, all of us together. P. I still hear somebody here saying pa. And is that you? She's saying P. And just say P. Don't say pa. Once it goes to the ah, you have made a syllable. Just okay. Now, I am going to give you the charts that we have been using to read. And in that chart, this letter is sitting somewhere. This letter is sitting somewhere. You are going to work in groups of 3. But I am going to rearrange you because now you're sitting with your friends and you might talk instead of practice the sound. So when I give you the chart, look for that letter and make the sound to each other. Each of you must speak. I'll come round checking. Is that clear? Okay. Let me see. I am moving you to here. Wendy, come and sit with them here. And I am moving this young man. Yes, these are all young children. If you don't see it, okay, move to. And then I am moving Maggie. Maggie, please come. So we are going to work in groups of 3, and I'm going to give you the chart. Maggie, come and sit here. So we have this group, we have this group, we have this group. Can you move your chairs here? Move over a little. No. You are with, sorry? You are with this group. You are, look at the teacher. You are, okay, sit on that chair. Now I am going to distribute these charts and handle them well, you know. We still have a few more sounds to learn. Down for some of you, and you have done well. You turned them the right way up. Now, our instruction is look for this letter and read it to each other. I want each of you to read and point, look for it, point at it, and then make the sound. Remember, it is the sound, not the letter name. It is the sound, not the letter name. And please don't make a syllable, okay? Okay, start. No, don't shout. Just speak loudly. Plant. Good. Clap for her. And from this, we said we clap once. We don't want to spend a lot of time on clapping. Can we have one word from this group? Did you even talk about it? Talk to each other? No, you didn't. Not yet, not yet. Did you talk to each other? Yes, and which word are you choosing? Speak loudly.
Pot.
Good. Flowers for this group? Did you talk to each other? And who's giving us the word? Yes?
Put.
Sorry?
Put.
Put. Yes. Flowers for this group. And this group that is going to get a soda is going to give us?
Papa.
Papa.
Yes.
Okay, good. We give them a soda. Do we know how to give them a soda? We open and give them. Okay, well done, class. Now, we are going to our next activity, and we are going to do it very, very quickly because we've been doing this activity before. I am going to give you some letter cards here, and you are going to arrange words. You are going to arrange the letters to make words. Are you listening, class? Even this group? You are going to arrange the letters to make words. A word for each group, okay? It must begin with the sound for that day. What is our sound today? Okay. Do that very quickly. The timekeeper is saying it's almost break time. Okay, can I have the charts back so that you are not distracted? Do that very quickly. The timekeeper is about to ring the bell. The timekeeper is about to ring the bell. I want one word that begins with our sound for the day. I want you all to participate. Wendy, do not worry about break time. We are almost leaving the class. We are almost leaving the class. Just one word. Good, good, good. There's one here. Okay. And but this is not, we learned this sound earlier. It's not our sound for the day. What is our sound for the day? What does it look like? So what do you think is wrong with this? Okay, well done. Well done. What did you get? Okay, now I see that each group has got at least a word. Now you are going to tell me the word that you have got, and I will write it down. Then we will read them together, and that will be the end of our lesson. Who wants to go first? Who wants to go first? Which group wants to go first? Yes.
Pen.
Good. Well done. Just one. Pig. Pig. Now, if a group has given a word, please don't repeat it. Don't repeat it. So we've got pig from them, and we've got pen from them. Okay. So I am writing down these words because we are going to read them together. Okay.
Hat.
Pat. And finally, one word.
Oh, we've got a few here. Okay, peg. Peg. Oh, sorry. Sorry, peg. We were too busy in the job. Sorry.
You are busy doing the job. It is good to concentrate on the job. Thank you. So, now, 1, 2 eyes on me. 1, 2 eyes on me. 1, 2 eyes on me, everyone, eyes on me. You are still working. You have so many words. That is good, but now look at the teacher. Now we are going to read these words together. Look at me, everyone. Look at me, everyone. We are going to read these words together. Together, all of us. Okay. Oh, where is port? Somebody read port. Where is port? Can you show me port? It's there, but she read it from here. Which one is port? Is this an O? How do you write O? Write for me the letter O. No, no, no. Write from O, it was far. Okay. So you know the difference between O and A. Good. Now I am going to ask an individual to read. Can you read the last word? Well done. Now I want a boy. Can you read for me the first word? Oh, he's French. Oh, sorry. Well done. Okay, we will clap for the people that have read. So I'm assuming they've read, I've gone round. Okay, thank you, class. Now, some more practice with words that begin with the sound. And then for our next lesson, we will write these words, but we will begin by writing our letter. We will learn that in the next lesson. Thank you very much for being a good class.
If you can put the presentation, thank you, students, and thank you all observers. So I hope that you were able to access, so this is a table that you see in each mini guide that summarizes the different domains and the different tiers. And I need to look on her computer. Lydia, can you help me? Because also my old eyes cannot see. Can you help me to bring up the table? Or I can look up here too. So volunteers from the audience, who saw any of when you were watching her teaching, did you see any of the domains and tiers that you see on this chart or that you saw on the chart on the paper?
I have to keep holding it because it cannot.
Just raise your hand or call out. And students, those who were students are also welcome. What did you see her using? Oh, I can't. Anyone? Yes. Learning environment tier 3. So she had students working in small groups, and we see actually pairs and small groups appears in a couple different places. If you look in detail, you'll see, some of it has to do with the purpose, but yeah, using small groups is in a certain way is on student engagement, having them working together, and in learning environment, the emphasis a little bit more on the collaboration, building teamwork and things like that, but it figures in both. Yes, thank you. So she used small groups. Any other domains or tiers? Yes. Exactly, under the learning environment. So she had and I saw that a number of times, or I experienced it a number of times as a student, making sure the students know when she claps, you're supposed to be quiet. Let's clap once. Eyes on me when I'm reading. There is a number of different rules and routines that the teacher is establishing with the students. Other things. Yes, sir.
Engagement in learning. Also. Still on tier 1, I saw engaging students where they were repeating, they were given time to repeat the sound.
Right, the idea of regular practice. And there was a number of times, so she had them repeat the sound, and then the working in groups is also practice time. The students are practicing the skills. So there was a lot of practice in this lesson, which we want to see. We want to see lots of practice. There is someone, a gentleman in the back.
Yes, my name is Sarafino from South Sudan. I've seen the element of assessment, the teachers trying to assess, want to know whether this learner, they, acquire this skill. And that's why she said the student to mention that sound, that letter. What is he talking about? They mention pod, they mention this, they mention that. That is what I saw.
Excellent. Yeah. So one of the things we often miss, a lot of times when I hear people talking about assessment informed instruction, they focus on a formal assessment and then formally regrouping students, which is great. That's also part of assessment informed instruction, but just the simple walking around the class and seeing how the students are doing and intervening if they need help, or then reteaching. She revised. Then after the first student, they had difficult, all three of the students were saying two sounds instead of one, right? Pa, po, pi. So she reviewed that with the class. So she adjusted her instruction based on what she had seen when, when in listening, and then as they were working in groups, she was walking around. Any last one before? There's others that she did, but any other one anybody wants to mention before we move on? Yes, sir. Last one.
Il y a la dimension ludique, l'animation ludique de la classe.
Oh, j'ai pas. Répétez, s'il vous plaît, pardon.
Il y a la dimension ludique, c'est-à-dire le jeu qui caractérise.
Oh, yeah, okay. Like using the games, the active learning aspect of it, and that's also part of the student engagement, making sure that the students are involved in their learning. So in giving them, we could also argue some of the, that fits also with the teacher demonstrating and the students having a chance to practice that in different ways.
The other one is to see whether they are attentive.
Oh, say that again?
The teacher wants to know whether the children are attentive.
To make sure that they're engaged, to make sure that they're listening. Yes, very good. Okay, so we'll move on. Thank you. So you can see if she was mentioning the different ways that whether the support for teachers is coming through peer learning circles. I was in a session earlier this morning where they were talking about their main way to support teachers is through peer learning circles. Well, the teachers could take these guides together and think about, where am I? Which of these strategies do I feel confident about? Which of these strategies do I need to improve on? And as she was mentioning, the coach might see, oh, this teacher is doing really well with the tier 1 strategies, so we can move to the tier 2, or in this domain, she's doing okay with tier 1. In this other domain, she's doing okay with tier 2, and really see how to move the teacher in that way. If we can go to the next slide, I'm going to shorten this much, much more than we were going to, unfortunately, because I'm sure everybody wants to eat lunch before the afternoon events. So if you just go to the next slide, I think, because I want to save time for questions. So if you can, let's just do this sort of individual aspect of this. I just want to have everybody take a couple minutes to think about. Maybe you can look at the different domains on the website and just take a few minutes to think about what is the model of TPD, of teacher professional development and support in your context? Are there coaches, CCTs, like she was talking about? Are there peer learning circles? Who are the actors providing support? And then which of the domains do you see from what you know in your context, what are the domains where teachers are maybe struggling more, that they may need more support? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're supposed to have a lot more time, but we won't. We'll just jump. So let's just take, let's do think, pair, share. Just take 1 minute to think about by yourself, and then turn to the person next to you and discuss, and we'll just shorten much more what we were going to do. So we'll turn this into a think, pair, share activity. So think for 1 minute. I'll tell you when that time is up, and then exchange with the person next to you just for 3 minutes. Okay, if you haven't already, turn to your partner, turn to the person next to you, and just discuss with them, who are the TPD, what is the TPD actors in your system? Who helps the teachers, and which domain do you think is most relevant in your context? Let's just do 2 minutes discussing with your neighbor. Okay. I don't need to say if you can hear me, clap once, because I think you can hear me. So now we are going to jump to, so I said think, pair, share, but it's more like think, pair, because now we're going to jump to Q&A. If you have a reflection from your discussion, you're welcome to share. We'd be interested to hear your reflections on your experience observing the class or your discussion in your pairs. But also if you have questions about the HITS guide. Just to mention, this has been piloted by a local implementer in DRC. And in the next year, we're going to be piloting it in 3 to 4 more contexts, just so we can see, are there any refinements that need to be made to the guide? Are there any more supportive pieces that we need to accompany the guides, for folks to use? So there'll be more, we'll be sharing out more about those experiences. So just to let you know about that. But any reflections or questions? Yes, there's a microphone. Lydia, do you want to? Oh, you have a microphone in case you help to answer.
Thank you so much, Tonessa Nyonzima, USAID, Rwanda. 2 questions. One, I'm curious about the period for this particular lesson, I mean instruction time for it, basing on your experience. Was it sufficient, or do you, if you can share with us about that one? And 2, I can imagine in a class where there are children with disabilities or that have some inclusion. In the class that I saw here, how can they be accommodated inside these strategies we are laying out? Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, I'll answer and then Lydia add on. Or actually, Lydia, do you want to answer first and then I'll add on if I have anything?
First of all, different countries have different lesson time. This lesson was very short. We couldn't do the complete lesson because this is not a real classroom. In a real classroom, in my country, it is 30 minutes. If it is only reading, I don't know how long it is in other countries, but it is 30 minutes at least. But I've been hearing different delegates talking about their efforts towards inclusion of special learning needs, learners with special needs. And I have to say that we still have a long way to go on that. It is work in progress, and we are many of us are just starting, but the lesson would definitely not be 9 to 10 minutes.
Just to add in terms of inclusion and special needs, I think part of it depends on what you mean by special needs, because there's many students that may be in a class that have various types of learning difficulties or are neurodivergent, different issues, learning issues that can be addressed with many of these strategies. Because if we're already thinking that every student in my class has different, maybe at different levels, has different skills, places where they're weak or stronger, many of these strategies can help address many of those things if the teacher is able to really think about where each of their students are. Though the students that are sort of, I would say, have the most difficulty, especially students who are vision impaired and hearing impaired, need special intervention. And I wouldn't say that the HIT strategies would cover to that extent, but there's a lot, a big range of learning difficulties that can be supported just through some of these differentiation type strategies that you would get to more on tier 3. Maybe one or, there's one more. Then maybe we can take 2 more.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to react on the methodology used. You can imagine in the class of more than 50 students, how will you be able to manage these students? Because this can work maybe in the class of 20 to 15 students, but when it's more than 50 students, how can you do this? How can you handle the students? Thank you.
One of the domains is about classroom routines. So teachers have to intentionally develop routines. And then among your learners, you will be able to identify those who can be peer mentors. Of course, here I didn't talk about group leaders. There are many things I didn't talk about. But a teacher, when they are in their class, from February to November, they will be able to set certain routines in place. And the learners know when the teacher does this. You see, I said 1, 2 eyes on me, and my learners didn't even know. In a primary school class, they know. Once you say 1, 2 eyes on me, they all turn and look at you. So you develop the routines slowly by slowly, and over time, the learners will know what to do exactly when. I do agree that it is difficult with large numbers, but we have to start. We have to start.
Just to add on to that, we've been recently working with one of the projects that we do through RTI is the Jifunze Uelewe project in Tanzania. And we've just been working on developing more supportive materials for teachers to use in their peer learning groups that they have on how to manage group work in large classes. And we say, you don't need to try to move children around the classroom every time you form a group. You can have them sitting in a kind of semi-permanent group, maybe for a few weeks, and then change the classroom setting so they're not with the same group throughout the year. So that can shorten the time that you can say, now turn in your groups. And I observed teachers who were doing that. They had established the routines, and the children were very used to turning to the other students, in their group. And in that case, the the class I saw, they were reading together. So that kind of thing is very doable, if you use pretty simple approaches, but the teachers have to, be supported to do those things and to do the routines and planning.
Groups, it's not because you're favoring one or another, but you're doing it so that they can learn and to avoid the collaboration which ends at textbook sharing. Okay.
Okay, let's do one last question, and then I think we're on time for, we made up all that last time. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. This type of learning will really favor a teacher who is there permanently. For example, if you have set a routine and then you are not there for the children, I think it will cause a lot of problems. So it is up to you to alternate the method of teaching according to the circumstances and the environment. Thank you very much.
So one thing I would say, because I've certainly seen environments where they don't have many. I was in Sierra Leone some months ago, I can't remember when, but earlier in the year, and they have many temporary teachers, right? And so they have a very high turnover. But one of the things you could do is if you're sort of working with the school as a whole, and all of the teachers in the school are working together to do the same routines with their students, then it may be easier to pass on to if there's a new temporary, in that situation, they had many temporary teachers. Most schools had at least one permanent teacher. The head teacher was typically permanent. So if as a team, they're all sort of using some of the same routines, at least that part of it, may be able to transfer to the new temporary teacher. The other thing is probably a lot of the work you're going to be doing is on tier 1, which is already often a good step forward, because some teachers may be on tier 0 and not doing any of these things. So you may be really focusing on getting the tier 1 strategies supported. I think it is past the time when I think lunch is supposed to be served, and I know we want to stay on. Lydia and I can hang around here for a few minutes if anybody wants to ask us a question directly, but otherwise I think we can, can you go to the very last slide? Because I just, one more time for the QR code. This is the QR code for the whole Science of Teaching website, which you can also navigate to, but I just, in case you didn't catch it the first time and want to look at, there's many other materials that have been developed under Science of Teaching, which may be interesting to you. So I just wanted to make sure and come back to that. But otherwise, we can close the session and enjoy your lunch. And if you do have some questions you want to discuss, we can hang around for a few minutes. Thank you very much.
We're really very happy to have you here today. We really wish all the delegates a very productive 3 days. And we hope that this space will allow us to strengthen partnerships, old and new. And because we are joined together by a strong desire to ensure a strong foundational learning across the continent. Thank you very much, and we wish you an excellent Flex event.
So it is time for Africa Union to take stronger ownership of the foundational learning agenda. We must elevate foundational learning to the forefront of the continent's development agenda so that it has a high standing at every AU summit.
The Hebel Foundation is committed to supporting foundational across Africa. We believe African governments hold the key to addressing the continent's learning crisis, and we will proudly support the governments as they tackle this crisis.
We're really very happy to have you here today. We really wish all the delegates a very productive 3 days. And we hope that this space will allow us to strengthen partnerships, old and new. And because we are joined together by a strong desire to ensure a strong foundational learning across the continent. Thank you very much, and we wish you an excellent Flex event.
So it is time for Africa Union to take stronger ownership of the foundational learning agenda. We must elevate foundational learning to the forefront of the continent's development agenda so that it has a high standing at every AU summit.
The Hebel Foundation is committed to supporting foundational learning across Africa. We believe African governments hold the key to addressing the continent's learning crisis, and we will proudly support governments as they tackle this crisis.
If we are going to build the Africa that we all want by 2063, which I feel is even further from now, and it has to be sooner, we cannot overemphasize the need for FLN.
Can someone switch on my microphone? Good afternoon. Oh, no, at first you couldn't hear me. Hello, wonderful people. How are you doing? Good. Good to see you all, yeah? Can you try and fill the seats that are in front, please? We're quite scattered. We're not that many this afternoon. I think others are still on the way. So what we're going to do is, for us who got here early, let us come forward. Let the latecomers sit behind.
We're really very happy
Yeah?
to have you here.
You can't enter a room early and take the last seat. Please come. Let's move forward. Let's fill the seats in front. Fantastic. The ones who do not want to move, what's the story? What's your story? The ones who've decided not to move, should I blame lunch or what? The lunch, eh? Ay, 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 ay. A very good afternoon to you. Once again, we're pleased to have you with us. Thank you so much. Let me take these things away from my face so that I'm in the camera's face. It is a pleasure to see you all. We're soon starting our closing ceremony. The ones coming in, please come to the seats in front because they're not yet full. We decided to leave the back chairs for you, but then you're here now, so you can just come forward. It's good to see you all. Honorable ministers, heads of delegations, our development partners, everyone that has made this event possible, everyone that has made it a success. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to see you all. Thank you so much for coming through. Let's try and fill the chairs in front, please. Let's try and fill the chairs in front. Yes, please. My dear brother at the back and a sister. And all the sisters and brothers. Honestly, I'm going to ask again. Those who do not want to move, what is it? Do you want us to send a caterpillar to move you? So let me tell you the trick. The other thing, the reason I want you to come forward first is because I feel like the lighting at the back is not that good. So I want you to come forward so that I can see your faces clearly. Thank you. Second reason, I want my photos to look as beautiful and as packed. So when we have 5 people surrounding 5 empty chairs, it does not help the situation. Yeah, you guys agree with me. Those who know pictures, you know what I'm trying to say, yeah? Yeah, so please, let's just fill the chairs. Let's not do this to each other. Thank you, I appreciate. Asante sana. Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup. This has been the hardest lot to work with. Yesterday, I tried to get you guys to keep quiet. The whole night, you didn't. I just kept talking to myself the whole night. And then today, here we are, trying to get people to move forward. You've decided to make my work difficult. Hi. Will I really make it to Malawi? You know, you guys are going to make me look bad. If I can't get you guys to move forward, fill the seats, you will have these guys keep me in Kigali, not invite me there. Okay, how many went for the school visit? You did, you did, you did. Good. I want some handheld microphones. A few of them that can go around the room. 2 or 3 microphones to go around the room. I want us to do something fun. Something fun, get some feedback. Yes, let's have a few microphones. Thank you very much. If we can have at least 3 of them. We've made the visit to the schools. There's something you have seen. It's possible there's something you didn't see. I want us to take a few minutes to reflect, to discuss, and just get some feedback. How was it? Did it meet your expectation? So start preparing your thoughts as I get the mics to come closer. Then we will start. A very good afternoon to you. Wonderful. The honorable ministers, heads of delegations, thank you once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a great pleasure spending all these days with you. My name is Jackie Lumbasi. Wonderful to serve as your MC. Thank you for being a great audience. And this afternoon, as we edge closer to the end of the event, I hope that it has achieved its goal. I hope it has achieved its purpose. For you who made the trip from far off, you came from Mauritius, Seychelles, Malawi, Ghana, we hope that you're taking back home something big with you. We want to make sure that Flex 2024 leaves a mark. So in the morning, there's different groups that went on school visits and other people stayed behind. I want us to take the next few minutes to get to know each other. And by each other, I mean there are certain people that have possibly not said a word since they arrived. Yeah. And I will not allow you to go back home without us hearing your voice. It will not be good. So what we're going to do is just have a chat, a friendly discussion. You went on the school visit. Put up your hand and share with us a bit of feedback. Let us know how that trip went. And if you have something that you'd love to share with us, please do. Kindly, let's, by show of hands again. This is voluntary. Thank you. Let's start. Yes, let's start with the gentleman. Then another. Who'll be the second one? Please feel free. Let it be random. I don't want to come because if you force me to force you, you won't like it. Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, honorable members who are here, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Honorable Dr. Moyo from Zimbabwe, Minister of Education. I participated in the school visits. We managed to visit an ECD center, a primary school, and a high school. Our experiences were so amazing. We noticed that for early childhood development and care is being conducted very well. They have 2 types of ECD centers. One is formal, where they have some authorities, school authorities who run the formal operations. And what is critical is the fact that they take on board learners from the age of 3, even 2 years, up to around 5, 6, up to 5 years. And we notice that they have a very effective way of feeding their students. They are given food, so they have a vibrant way of feeding students in line with the School Meals Coalition, where some of our countries like Zimbabwe is a signatory of the School Meals Coalition, where we made a commitment to providing at least one hot meal a day per student. And we want to appreciate and applaud the government of Tanzania, of Rwanda, for providing basic necessities of life in the form of food to motivate learners. And but because they have so many students who want to enroll in the formal ECD centers, they have a home-based kind of early childhood development and care. We did not have the opportunity to visit those centers, the home-based, but we really appreciated the formal settings. We also went to a primary school and the high school. What I appreciated most is the fact that the pedagogy, the andragogy, the way of teaching is student-based. It's more of collaborative learning, where a teacher is seen as a facilitator of learning, gives minimum supervision, and students in their groups would engage each other and come up with, effective group discussions, feedback, and we really appreciated that. Then we also took an opportunity to participate in reforestation where we planted some trees. I also managed to plant a tree and I named it Moyo because that's my name. It means heart. So thank you very much. That's my experience. I really appreciate it. May I thank the Honorable Minister from Rwanda for the opportunity and also to thank our partners who have facilitated these movements. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Moyo, right behind you.
Merci de me donner la parole. Je suis Monsieur Andela Yves Placide, sous-directeur de l'enseignement primaire au ministère de l'Éducation de base au Cameroun. Nous avons été à la visite de l'école d'IS, Kanombe, et je dois dire que nous avons été très impressionnés par ce que nous avons vu là-bas. Nous avons vu une école construite, bien construite, dans un environnement sûr, sain et protecteur. Nous avons découvert qu'au Rwanda, c'est des systèmes intégrés de la maternelle jusqu'au secondaire. Nous avons vu que la maternelle est organisée en première année, deuxième année et troisième année. La première année étant accueillant les enfants de 3 ans, la deuxième année les enfants de 4 ans et la troisième année les enfants de 5 ans. Et là également, nous avons vu les enfants travaillant dans un contexte assez agréable. Toutes les salles de classe sont équipées de télévision, je crois, hein, de télévision pour un certain nombre d'activités de réjouissance pour les enfants. Au niveau du primaire, nous avons vu une école primaire divisée en 6 cours, en tout cas on appelle comme ça au Cameroun. La première année, puis 1, puis 2, puis 3, puis 4 et puis 6. Et là également, nous avons assisté à une leçon de lecture, hein, je crois, de lecture au PI 1. Nous avons fortement apprécié la méthode d'enseignement qui a été préconisée par l'enseignante que nous avons vue. Et en séance d'échange, on a voulu bien comprendre, mais il se trouve que c'est effectivement un peu comme ça se passe au Cameroun. C'est une approche mixte qui intègre à la fois l'approche à point de départ global et la méthode syllabique. Ensuite, nous avons visité PI 2 et nous avons assisté à la leçon d'informatique. Là également, on a été émerveillés parce que L'école est dotée d'ordinateurs appropriés et distribués gratuitement par l'État du Rwanda. Et nous avons également apprécié la technique d'enseignement que nous avons vue dans cette salle de classe. Autre chose qui a retenu notre attention, c'est justement tout l'accompagnement nécessaire pour un enseignement efficace et inclusif. Nous avons visité les bibliothèques, la bibliothèque de l'école, les salles informatiques de l'école, et je crois que c'est un exemple à suivre. Ce qui nous a également davantage impressionné, c'est les effectifs. Les effectifs sont assez raisonnables, au point où nous avons demandé s'il y a un texte qui régule les effectifs dans les salles de classe. Et là également, on nous a dit qu'il y a un texte et qu'on n'a pas plus de maximum 46 enfants par classe. Et ça s'est vu. Et ça fait que les enfants sont mieux encadrés et suivis par les enseignants. Donc, globalement, c'est une expérience riche que nous avons découverte et nous saurons tirer avantage le moment venu dans le cadre de nos politiques internes au niveau du ministère de l'Éducation de base au Cameroun. Merci.
Merci. Microphone here, please. There it is. And then the other one at the back. In the meantime, you can go to the lady there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I was also a member of the team that went to visit the school. My name is Awut Deng Achwil. I'm the Minister of General Education, Republic of South Sudan. One thing that I had observed, I have seen that the teachers have been given necessary skills to be able to facilitate the learning in the classroom. The curriculum is well understood that you are a facilitator and the child has to participate. I have seen that, and this is a wonderful experience for my country to take it back home. The second thing is the role of the community. The fact that there is a symbolic contribution from the community shows the ownership, that it is not a responsibility of the government alone, but it is our collective responsibility as communities, as parents, and as government together to educate our children for tomorrow. That was the second things I have seen. The third is that we have created, there is a creation of conducive environment for learning, for children and for teachers, where we are living with the nature. The place is clean, we are planting trees, and we are taking care of these trees. With the climate change, I think this is a big added value to our education system in Africa. So from that young age, if we can learn to take care of our environment, then Africa is in good hand. So I want to congratulate my colleague, the Minister of General Education, and the entire leadership of the school and the people of Rwanda for taking this as an example for the rest of us to see we don't have to invent the wheel. We just need to learn from each other. And thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Wood. Just a reminder for those that need the translation kit, because obviously some people will be addressing in different languages. You can pick one from the back or put up your hand and it will be delivered to you. We are translating in English, French, and Portuguese. That mic is not on.
I'm Pia. I'm here from UNICEF, and I want to build on the comments we have just heard from Zimbabwe, Cameroon, and Ivory Coast, the distinguished guests here. I just first want to say Rwandan children are so beautiful, so much fun, so full of life. Just being in the classrooms with them and the way they welcomed us and high-fived us, it was just so heartwarming. So just experience that tremendous warmth and beauty of childhood here. I would like to pick on the visit to the Early Childhood Development Center and bring it back then to the reason that we are gathered here for Flex. So the visit to the Early Childhood Development Center really amplified or exemplified how a system is built in the three components. The first, the demand side, which is so important for services, and Minister Kone just touched upon it. On the demand side, what we found was not only was the center established close to where the families were relocated due to the hazardous conditions where they were living earlier, but the very nominal contribution that they made to the service had a sense of ownership and had a sense of building into the program. And we know demand is so important, especially for young children, because it's so precious to parents and families what happens to their children. Second is the program or the service side. You know, that's the next layer of a system. And honestly, it was like a textbook has come into reality. When we saw the coordination and the confluence of the early learning, the nutrition, the water sanitation, the child protection, all of those elements came together in a very harmonious, congruous way to provide what children need best to develop. And finally, at the highest level of a system, it's the governance. And the fact that the governance of these early childhood centers sits with the local governance of the district is terrific, because that's the part where you get the coordination for services occur. So at all levels, this model demonstrated the way the system works and the ability to deliver quality. So I want to bring that back now to here to Flex. Honorable Minister of Rwanda, we were just recalling at the visit, it was about 12 years ago or so, Rwanda embarked on the work of building these early childhood centers, the vision of the First Lady, the idea of the government. And I remember in those early days being here in the support and seeing what happens with political will and commitment, seeing that within a decade, children in this country are getting the best start to life. Seeing that within this decade, the government has galvanized a model, a program that fits the needs of the children, of the population, and responds to the evidence-based approaches that make a strong delivery. It was really fantastic to see. So I have a lot of hope. We are gathered here today on a similar process. We are embarking once again to address a significant situation with a solution in hand, an evidence-based solution in hand. If we follow the example of this evidence-based model, and we take the commitment forward to eliminate learning poverty, I do believe that what we are doing here together with this manner of being very deliberate in how we want to go forward, it is going to make a difference. So congratulations to the ministry. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for exposing us to something so fantastic, and it was really quite a joy to be there. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Pia. For those who've just arrived, we're getting feedback from the members of the different delegations that went to visit schools. So far, we heard from Zimbabwe, Cameroon, South Sudan, and Pia from UNICEF. So those who've just come in, if at all you'd love to share with us some feedback, please do.
Okay, my name is Sarafino from South Sudan, Minister of Education. We went to a school, what we call GS Rugando, which is just near from here. The thing that caught my attention, rich learning environment. The classroom was rich with material were made from the local available material, and then the learner are busy, engaged, learning through those material. So that caught my attention. So nice. Because we know these children, they learn through seeing, through touching. So nice, so good. I appreciate. Thank you. I thank the government of Rwanda. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarafino. Thank you very much. I was about to ask what is happening to the left side of the room. How come the left side of the room was not represented? So finally, at least we have that. Someone. Thank you, sir.
Bonsoir. Oh, je crois que c'est le soir, il va commencer. Alors, je suis Amadoussi Savané, ministre de l'Éducation nationale du Mali. Ce matin, les mots ne sont pas faibles, j'ai été émerveillé par la visite que j'ai faite en compagnie d'autres collègues et surtout du ministre de l'Éducation du Rwanda dans 2 établissements. Je voudrais insister sur la visite dans le premier établissement qui accueille les tout petits, comme on les appelle. Des petites pousses qui sont de grosses promesses pour l'avenir, parce qu'elles sont dans des infrastructures de très grande qualité. Et j'ai retenu quelque chose au niveau, comme disent les littéraires, au niveau métaphorique, où le jardin potager fait face à la cuisine. Autrement dit, ce qui est produit dans le jardin potager va à la cuisine et les enfants que nous avons surpris en train de manger ont le plat fait à base de production locale. C'est merveilleux. Je pense que c'est un exemple que j'ai noté avec beaucoup de force. C'est un exemple inspirant et ne serait-ce que pour ça, mon séjour à Kigali est plein de leçons. Je l'ai dit à mon collègue du Rwanda, c'est une école d'expérience, le Rwanda, en matière d'éducation. Je crois que nous gagnerions tous à nous en inspirer, à dupliquer ça dans chacun de nos pays. J'ai promis de parler du premier établissement de ces petits-enfants, mais on a visité un second établissement qui va, je crois, de la 6e à la terminale. J'en parle juste pour dire que nous y avons planté la promesse, nous y avons planté des arbres qui symbolisent la promesse d'un avenir solide pour nous tous. Voilà ces 2 exemples qui, au plan symbolique, sont à souligner avec beaucoup de force. C'est avec cette force que je vais regagner mon pays et je le dis ici devant tout le monde, je serai le porte-parole du Rwanda pour ce qui a été fait en qualité dans le cadre de l'éducation. Je vous remercie.
Okay. And now we'll have just one more person, then we can close this session. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm Minister from the Gambia. Honorable Joseph, thank you. And through you, we want to say thank you to the government and people of Rwanda. Yes, from Banjul, where I come from, we always have a positive image of Rwanda. That's a very beautiful and clean, green city. But my first point of intervention might be a bit different from what we were saying, but it is linked to education. What I observe is a very clean school environment. Even the gutters are clean. I was expecting to see maybe something, because we're talking about gutters. You would expect to see something inside and so on, but it's very, very clean. So it means that the learning environment really participate in the education, the cognitive, development of the student. And that is very, very fundamental. Number two, yesterday we did talk about school feeding programs and so on and so forth. We have sessions on that. Yes, we went theoretical. Today, we saw the practical aspect of it. You see, we saw the food, and from, as my colleague, Honorable Minister rightly said, from the local food that we have and here, so that's what is proposed. But next to that, you have the garden, not too far from also the kitchen. Then the other thing also is, they anticipated that you are dealing with kids. So some of them will be sick here and there and so on and so forth. So you need to have a place where, when some of them are not okay, you will be able to isolate them. A very conducive room where they can be isolated. In fact, somewhere I said that was my best place, is a sleeping room or something like that. So in essence, Honorable Minister, we want to thank you for really understanding the relevance of education, that it has a social dimension, but it also has the economic dimension, as we discussed, to really develop the economy and the nation. So I want to thank you for giving us this opportunity. And when we go back to our respective countries, we will learn from the Rwandan school, the Rwandan experience, and change the education trajectory in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate all those that have given us feedback. And let's give a round of applause to those that made the visit possible. Thank you very much. And now we will go to remarks, a few remarks that we will be given. But just before that, I would love to let you know that there will be buses parked outside, ready to take delegates that would like to visit the Genocide Memorial. This is an optional visit. The buses will be out there. Ministers will use one. The heads of delegations will use another. We'll have another bus there for the other delegates as well. So please, after this session, after the closing session, we will go out and take the bus. At this juncture, I would love us to get some remarks from the Executive Secretary of ADEA, Albert Sengiva. Let's appreciate him as he comes up to give us his remarks.
Welcome to this place. Thank you, MC. It's a bit difficult when you come to a closing of such a very actively engaged session since yesterday, even since Monday, because I had the opportunity to attend the side event on Monday, a number of them, and to see stakeholders engage in some of the issues that are common to many of our countries, but in the same time, some of the innovative solutions that came out of the discussion that we had last week. So, honorable ministers, and starting from the Minister of Rwanda and ministers for several countries, participants, development partners, it has been such an enriched opportunity for all of us to come together as part of this flex, to learn from each other, but also, more importantly, to see how we can actually pave the way for more engagement, for more actions towards achieving better, achieving more in our different countries. I think somebody was talking about yesterday when we had a ministerial dialogue, was saying much as we can actually be pleased for some of the achievement, but there's still always a way of improving. We still need more and more to come. And we can only achieve it through partnership. This is what I'm actually taking away. Partnership is so important. There's no room for competition. There's room for collaboration. There's room for engagement. There's an opportunity, as they said, to learn, as each and every day is an opportunity to learn. So let's keep this momentum moving forward. I was happy yesterday to announce, having spoken to the Minister of Malawi, then the next flex is going to be in Lilongwe. So that's really a good thing already. Now, how are we going to build this momentum towards Malawi? This is going to require a number of interactions. It's going to be required a number of actions taking place in the different countries involved, even those ones that could not make it. The recommendations, the resolutions that my colleague is going to be reading right now will actually guide us on specific actions from countries, from partners, and how we join our efforts to improve foundational learning. To me, that's really fundamental. If there is a single reason to meet again next year, let's make sure actually we make progress so that we can report back on how much we'll be able to achieve. Again, let me thank you. I'm not going to take too much of your time, but I'd like to thank everyone, especially those ones that have played really a critical role for this meeting to take place, for this convening to take place. They are not visible here. Some of them are outside, but I want to congratulate them for having done such a great work. There were a number of partners beyond the ones that supported this event. There's a Ministries of Education of Rwanda, but there are a number of individuals that provided support, being financially, being technical, and the number of speakers, rapporteurs, moderators that made this event such a successful convening. So thank you again to everyone and looking forward to Malawi. But from now to Malawi, there's so much that we need to do. And we are here as ADEA, as partners, a number of partners here. Let's continue our collaboration. Let's make sure that we can deliver on promise. And the demand is so huge on us. Thank you so much again. So, MC, if you allow me, may I call upon Dr. Jacqueline? She can come and read the resolution. And then the resolutions, I'm sure some of you have had an opportunity to go through. We're not taking it as a final because we'll have to send it back to countries. We would like to make sure that it's owned by the member countries. Countries should go through. We give ourselves 1 week so that country will be able to share their inputs, and then we can come up with a last version that will be used to actually translate it into actions. Thank you again. Jacqueline, please come.
Honorable ministers, heads of delegation, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. I am honored to read the Flex 2024 Declaration for Action. Please feel free to follow using the script on the screen. Flex 2024 Declaration for Action. Moving from commitment to action in foundational learning across Africa. We, the ministers of education from Angola, Cote d'Ivoire, Eritrea, Eswatini, Ethiopia, Ghana, Liberia, Mali, Malawi, Rwanda, Sao Tome and Principe, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, Somalia, South Sudan, Tanzania, the Gambia, Uganda, Zambia, Zanzibar, and Zimbabwe, and heads of delegation from Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Comoros, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Kenya, Lesotho, Mozambique, Namibia, Senegal, and Togo, present at the 2024 Africa Foundational Learning Exchange, Flex 2024, in Kigali, Rwanda, hereby collectively commit to ending learning poverty in Africa by 2035. We further affirm our commitment to improving foundational learning for every child on the continent, together with the Africa Union, Association for the Development of Education in Africa, ADEA, the World Bank, UNICEF, Hempel Foundation, USAID, and all development partners represented at FLEX 2024. Foundational learning is the basis for all future learning and economic empowerment. It ensures that our children are equipped with the literacy, numeracy, and essential skills such as character building, problem solving, and social and emotional skills to develop, learn, and contribute to the social and economic development of the continent. It is therefore critical to position foundational learning as a pivotal strategy for long-term prosperity, peace, and security across Africa, thereby contributing to achievement of universal quality education, a key aspect of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, CESA, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 4. We acknowledge the commitments that African countries have made through policy reforms, increased budget allocation, and implementation of evidence-based approaches that support foundational learning since the 2023 Human Capital Heads of State Summit in Dar es Salaam, the 2023 ADEA High-Level Dialogue Policy Forum on Foundational Learning in Lusaka, the 2023 Foundational Learning Exchange in Sierra Leone, and the Africa Union Mid-Year Summit in Accra, Ghana in July 2024. The World Bank's estimate of 21 trillion USD in global lost productivity if we do not improve learning outcomes compels us to act now. We know that for every year of education we provide a child, we can enhance their future earning potential by 8 to 10% and contribute to future global productivity gains of up to 6.85 trillion USD. To build on the progress made thus far and continue the momentum from the FLEX 2024, we commit to undertake the following actions. 1, enhance inter-country collaboration on foundational learning. This will be done by A, expanding and strengthening the leadership role of the Africa Foundational Learning Ministerial Coalition to include technical ministry personnel and developing a clear strategy to engage political leaders. B, fostering cross-border collaboration, building stronger partnerships, facilitating collaborative research, and adapting shared practices to individual country contexts. 2, adapt, integrate, and scale evidence-based approaches to improve foundational learning outcomes, including provision of high-quality early childhood education, structured pedagogy, teaching at the right level TAL, and learning through play. These will be accompanied by investment in school governance and systems, teacher training, mentoring and coaching, adequate teaching and learning materials, and strong country-level monitoring and assessment structures. 3, enhance the production and utilization of quality data, evidence, assessment, and accountability mechanisms. It is important to, 1, strengthen education management information systems, EMIS, to leverage evolving technologies such as artificial intelligence. 2, implement systemic reforms to ensure foundational learning is prioritized at the system level and links to practices at the classroom level. 3, develop an African Common Assessment Framework to enable countries to implement proficiency standards for monitoring foundational learning outcomes. 4, improve learning assessment processes at the foundational level to include literacy, numeracy, language, and social-emotional skills. 5, strengthen country, regional, and continental accountability mechanisms using available accountability tools. 4, accelerate impact through intentional and efficient spending of country resources on evidence-based approaches with a focus on scalable and cost-effective interventions. 5, increase coordination and integration of partner initiatives in foundational learning at country level to eliminate duplication and maximize efficiency in resource utilization. We collectively endorse the Africa Union's call to declare a decade of education for the continent. Foundational learning needs to be prioritized and embedded within the continent's development strategy over the long term. To support this, we confirm that the Africa Foundational Learning Exchange will be held annually. We will strive to integrate African heads of state in the dialogue to ensure strong leadership towards improving the salience of foundational learning across Africa. Made on this 13th day of November, 2024.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jackie. Let's appreciate her once again. For that very composed presentation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would love to invite someone special who's going to bring it all to an end. Yes? We had the closing, we had the opening ceremony, the opening remarks. Now we're going to get the closing remarks. And to bring an end to Flex 2024, I would like to invite the Minister for Education, Rwanda. Let's appreciate him as he comes forward. Honorable Joseph Nsengimana.
I think it's very difficult to speak after Jackie. All I feel like saying is say amen, and then go back and sit down, right? So this was very eloquently put, a summary of all the discussion we've had in the last 3 days. Honorable Ministers of Education from across the African continent, delegates from Ministries of Education and other visiting government officials, development partners, civil society organization represented, good afternoon. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all distinguished guests, ministers, and partners who joined us for these impactful 3 days. Your dedication and contribution have enriched this event. I think you would all agree with me that we have learned from each other, we have exchanged ideas, and we leave here convinced that indeed it is possible to solve this challenge that is before us. Over these three past days, we have shared invaluable insight, strategies, and vision to tackle foundational learning challenges across Africa. Your active participation has made the dialogue both meaningful and transformative. In closing, let us remember each other that our work extends beyond these sessions. Together, we are laying the foundation for a future in which every African child has access to quality education. I call upon my fellow ministers to join me in ending learning poverty in a coming decade. Let us make this our shared priority, working together and learning from one another to achieve this goal. It is possible. We are thankful for our partners who have supported this initiative and contributed to making Flex 2024 a success. Your commitment to the foundational learning is inspiring. I'll be remiss if I didn't thank the organizers, those that my colleague Albert mentioned, who are the invisible hand that makes all this run. I take the moment and I ask you again to join me in thanking them for their work. I want us to remember that what we've heard here, what we have seen here, what we discuss through these 3 days, what we heard from all the speakers, should invigorate us, should re-energize us to make sure that we leave here with that dedication and commitment. And we go forth as the young child that spoke yesterday to move towards less talking and more action, as she said. So let us work together to indeed make a difference that our children will feel and their children would benefit from. I would like to wish you all safe travels as you leave and returning to your respective countries. Thank you once again for your commitment to Africa education journey. And with that, I have the honor and the privilege to not only thank you, but also declare this summit closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Education, Rwanda, Joseph Sengimana, for the wonderful remarks. Thank you for being a great host, and thanks to everyone who made this a success. It's been closed, but unfortunately, I have a big mouth, and much as I want to get off the stage, I love the attention, so I'm not going away now. Can I have the QR code, please? Honorable Minister, thank you for closing. Thank you very much. So I will ask for permission. Just 1 minute. There's a QR code that will be displayed. It's an evaluation questionnaire. You scan the QR code with your phone. I have no idea why it has not gone up. Or is it out? You guys can see it? Oh. So kindly scan the QR code, help us respond to those questions so that we can get to know what areas need improvement, what ideas can we share with Flex 2024, you know? Thank you. Let's do that quickly. Those are quick questions. It should not take long to respond to them. Okay, as you continue to respond to the questions, just a quick reminder, there will be buses at the entrance waiting to take those that are visiting the Genocide Memorial in Gisozi. It's an optional visit. We will be taking a group photo of ministers, heads of delegations, and partners before we exit the room. When time comes to exit the room, could you kindly allow the ministers to be escorted out and the rest of us will follow them. Just before the group photo, I want to take advantage of the fact that the Minister for Education, Malawi, is in the room to invite her to the stage to give us a formal and verbal invitation to Malawi. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the Honorable Minister for Education, Malawi, who is our next host, Honorable Madalitso Wirima. She didn't expect that.
Thank you very much. I really didn't think this was necessary. It's been a very engaging 3 days. I've loved it personally. I feel so energized, invigorated, and I know people are tired and looking forward to go shopping and go to the museum. But since I've been invited on stage, just a minute. I don't want to be in trouble, so I still just have to make sure that I'm doing the right thing. What an incredible 3 days this has been. I'm looking for my my salutation. Honorable Minister of Rwanda, Honorable Sengumana. I don't have the written name, so I didn't want to butcher it. I was looking for it in my phone, I can't find it. And all ministers here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our development partners, all protocols observed. ES ADEA, Mr. Albert Nsengoimva, thank you very much. What an incredible 3 days this has been. The Africa Foundational Learning Exchange 2024 here in Kigali has offered each one of us an invaluable platform to deepen both professional and personal connections around the critical issue of foundational learning. This gathering has also laid the groundwork for new bonds and partnerships, ensuring that this vital dialogue will continue to grow and flourish. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our gracious host, Rwanda, the beautiful land of Thousand Hills. A special thanks to Minister Joseph Nsengemana for organizing this outstanding event and your team. It is now my pleasure to confirm the announcement that was made that indeed Malawi will proudly host Flex 2025. Details Albert kept referring to Lilongwe. Albert, Malawi doesn't only have Lilongwe. We might surprise you. It might be Salima or Mangochi. We never know. Details and dates will be shared soon, so please stay tuned and don't miss Flex in Malawi. We have learned a lot here, including that gutters must be cleaned. When I go, the first thing was to make sure that the gutters in the schools are clean. That's the first thing we can start off. But apart from the serious business of making sure that our children are learning and we're ending the crisis in 10 years from now, it's also going to be fun. Please welcome to Malawi and wishing you all safe travels. God bless you all. Asante sana, Morakoze. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Shukran. Ziko Mokwambiri from Malawi. God bless you all. Thank you so much.
For Education, Malawi. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I said earlier, I would love us to take a group photo of the ministers, the heads of delegations, and the development partners. If we could kindly, led by the host minister, if you could kindly come forward, the photographers help us arrange ourselves for that group photo. I'll appreciate it. Honorable Claudette, I've seen you as well. Yeah, please, Honorable Minister Joseph. All the ministers present. The heads of delegation as well. And the development partners. And this will be the last group photo that we are taking. After this, please remain seated as the ministers are led out of the room. And the rest of us can go out to the buses if we wish to visit the Genocide Memorial in Gisozi. Thank you. I can see them coming forward. Yes, thank you. Let's take our last group photo. Cameraman, make sure we have everyone appearing in that photo. The QR code is still displayed. In case you missed it, the QR code is still displayed. Pia, don't go very far. You're not tall, we will not see you. Please, let's make sure everyone is seen. Huh? Okay. That's good. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful Flex 2024. God bless you as you go back home. For those who are staying behind, enjoy your stay. Hashtag Visit Rwanda. We wish you all the best. Thank you. And God bless you. Let's allow the ministers to be led out of the room. Thank you very much. An appreciation to the government of Rwanda, the Honorable Minister for Education, the Honorable Minister of State, all the development partners that came together to make Flex 24 a success. Thank you. And to all you delegates that are visiting from different countries, Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, asanteni sana. Mwebale nnyo. Merci beaucoup. Murakoze cyane.